Good morning. I'm very happy that I have the opportunity to welcome the participants of today's conference on behalf of co-organizer, the Warsaw Stock Exchange. At the beginning, I want to share with you a few words about Warsaw Stock Exchange. We are in the headquarters of our company, and so I want to share a few thoughts. Close to a week ago, we celebrated 31st anniversary of the Warsaw Stock Exchange. During first trading session on 16 April 1991, shares of 5 companies were traded on the Warsaw Stock Exchange, and the turnover of equity amounted to 2,000 Polish zloty. Today, the average equity daily trading volume on the Warsaw Stock Exchange is close to 2 billion Polish zloty. There are 426 companies listed on the main market of Warsaw Stock Exchange and 381 companies listed on alternative trading system NewConnect. Current status were confirmed by the decision of FTSE Russell agency in 2018, when the Warsaw Stock Exchange has been classified as the developed market of the 25 markets around the world. And Warsaw was classified as the first market from former communist countries. I want to add that from 2010, Warsaw Stock Exchange is public listed companies. Previous year was very profitable for our company. The Warsaw Stock Exchange Capital Group generate record sales of 400 million Polish zloty and one of the highest ever net profits over 160 million Polish zloty. The Warsaw Stock Exchange is the leader among stock exchanges in the Central and Eastern Europe by the number of listed companies, market capitalization, and value of turnover. The Warsaw Stock Exchange share in trading stock exchanges in the region more than 80%. However, Warsaw Stock Exchange leads the initiative of 3 CIS stock exchanges and aspires to the role of the regional hub for the young technology companies with the huge potential. According to the current strategy 2018-2022, Warsaw Stock Exchange focus on organic development in main business lines, trading, listing, and market data. However, fintech, big data, and blockchain are in the main course of this strategy. We are in crucial momentum of the connection technology with regulatory. If you look on the ESEF or CSRD, we can see that both standards will or are based on inline XBRL. I think that we should focus on this issue. If you will be able to join both topics, then you can win. I hope our today's conference will be a good opportunity to update your knowledge about crucial issues like ESEF, ESG data, or SRD2 directive. I wish you a very successful debate. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your opening words. Hello, everybody. I would like to welcome you here on site, and of course also our guest online to today's conference, Digital ESEF and ESG Reporting and Shareholder Identification according to SRD2. My name is Fabian Putz. I'm responsible for both products, the ESEF Manager and the European Platform of Shareholder Identification and Information. Today I'm not alone here. I'm also having my colleague sitting on my right, Mr. Tobias Ramoller. He is head of ER Solutions at the Bundesanzeiger Verlag GmbH. We also from Germany, both from Cologne, and today we are very happy to be here at the Warsaw Stock Exchange. And a special thank you, Thomas, for the organization, for all your help in making this possible. And I am very excited. I hope all the things we're going to share with you, our guests, of course, today, are benefits for your knowledge, new things probably. They will help, hopefully, your work for the future. And I guess we have a big package of different topics today, but a lot of interesting things we're going to share with you. Short about our speakers today. I just mentioned Tobias Ramoller. He's going to be the key speaker from the Bundesanzeiger Verlag, of course. He's sitting on my right, as I said. Online, we have another guest, Mrs. Sabrina Over. She is the responsible person today from the OAM Germany, also from the Bundesanzeiger Verlag in Haar. She's going to start the panel with topic 1. It's a review and basically a best practice review of the second year of ESEF in Germany. And the second topic, we're going to have also another ESEF guest. It's Marko Stefancic. He is the responsible accountant from Eric's Nikola Tesla. He's joining us online as well from Zagreb, Croatia today. The third topic after a short break will be ESG. Here we have on site. I'm very happy to welcome you here on site. Mr. Kocher, he will be presenting, I guess it's a very interesting presentation. I've seen it before, just before the conference. I guess it will be a very interactive knowledge transfer. So yeah, be excited about the presentation. And last but not least, we will have Mr. Hecker. He is the responsible ER manager, investor relations manager from ThyssenKrupp. It's a German company. He has strong knowledge in basically all investor relations topics. He was the first person, or the ThyssenKrupp company was the first company ever doing the shareholder identification regarding according the SID2 directive. He's been a very, very strong cooperation partner for us since 2 years. So I'm very happy to welcome our guests today. Just shortly, some general informations. All the presentations you're going to see will not be shared afterwards, but of course this stream will be recorded and be available on YouTube afterwards, so you can check informations later if you want. Of course, we will also share our contact details at the end of each presentation, so in case you're interested in one single specific topic, you always have the opportunity to contact us directly, so me or Tobias. Sure. And of course, if you have any questions today or later, please do not hesitate to ask us. Please write us emails, call us, or write and use the chat function of the presentation today so we can receive your questions, we can answer your questions, because all this conference is about your work, about your knowledge you should gain. And I think, let's start, I would say. Okay, so, all right.
To start speaking.
Hello, Sabrina. We can hear you. All right, you can start.
Awesome. Yes, I'm hearing myself, the background as well, but I will just try to ignore this and keep on speaking. Yes, I'm very excited to help this presentation and give you a little insights of the facts and specialties in German law and how the implementation of the ESEF regulation worked in Germany. I brought this little presentation, 3 agenda points, like we first start with some facts and specialties in German law. After that, I will explain a little bit our first year of submission, our best practice, what challenges and what requirements we had there, and then in the third point, I will explain to you what improvements and changes we did so that the second year of submission now is a little smoother than the first year we had. I guess with the new regulation, with the new implementation of a law, everyone is a little bit challenged, and we in Germany had that as well. So please switch to the next chart. Yes. So really compact, I put together the information about the regulation, the ESEF file type, and what we have on specialties in Germany. The ESEF or ESEF Implementation Act, based on the Transparency Directive, has been enforced nationally in Germany since August 2020, and it entails various adjustments as well as specialties concerning the disclosure of annual financial reports. I think the biggest change was the ESEF file type that we now have for all the corporations and commercial partnerships that are issuers in the EU, the X or XHTML file format, which allows tagging and machine readability. This format is a kind of special because in German law, the components of the annual financial reports, they differ in two parts. One part is the annual financial report, which needs to be filed in XHTML. And then we have other report components of the report, which need to be submitted in Germany so that you have all in all a proper, complete disclosure. And the other components, for example, as also the auditor report, is not allowed to be in the XHTML format. I will show it later in an example, but now just for you to know, one first challenge German commercial partnerships and corporations had to face was the part that they had two different file types to submit and to make one big reporting package out of it. In Germany, the ESEF regulations applies to around 500 corporations and commercial partnerships that are issuers. We also have some foreign countries which need to file their ESEF reports. And in Germany, and this is also a kind of specialty in Germany, the Federal Gazette, Bundesanzeiger, has about 99% of all submissions to the ESEF annual financial reports, and only about 1% are foreign countries which need to file, and they need to file directly at the OAM. But everything which is filed or submitted also in the Bundesanzeiger Federal Gazette will be later put or be seen in the OAM as well. So the OAM is the overall platform of company information, but the tasks of the Federal Gazette for checking the completeness and the timeliness of the annual accounts, which is a big part in Germany to make sure that everything is filed correct, is done by the Federal Gazette, which is another specialty. I already explained it in that we have two different file types. Is that the document in Germany that is intended for disclosure has to be checked by the auditor. So it's not you make a report, the auditor does the auditor's report, and then you can look that you make it a little bit more beautiful. I don't know, that you change some little things which you think you would still want to make small changes, and then you file the report at ours. It's really that the report that was checked by the auditor is the one that needs to be filed with us. And that's the reason why we cannot take a report, an XHTML report, which already includes the auditor's report, because that kind of shows this can't be the document that was intended to be disclosed or submitted at our place. And why do I emphasize this? It was a really big challenge for most companies that they thought, okay, we can put in one big file, and this one file will contain all of the components we need, and we are done. But this was not the solution which was put into regulations in Germany. It was really decided that the document intended to be disclosed needs to be checked by the auditor. So you have always two different files too. You have like a file of your origin ESEF reporting, your annual financial report, and then you have the auditor's report and some other components which need to be filed. I think it'll be better be shown when we go to the next slide. There I have one example of the total scope of the annual financial report in accordance to the German Commercial Code. You see there is two different parts shown. One part is the annual financial statement with the management report and the oath. And the other parts are other corporate reporting components. And both of those parts together will make the complete and proper disclosure which needs to be filed or submitted according to the German Commercial Code. And yes, so on the one side, you see the report components of the management report, the balance sheet, the income statement, and also the notes. Additionally to the balance sheet oath and the management report oath. And those are the one which need to be in Germany filed or submitted in XHTML. Funny is that only the last two are not the ones which need to be audited by the auditors. So in Germany we have 4 components which need to be filed because of the regulation from the EU. Then we have 2 components with the oath which are need to be in XHTML because the German law requires it. And then we have 3 or more other components which are not allowed to be filed in XHTML. With a change of, or with the implementation of the company law this year in Germany, they will have a change so that then everything can be filed or submitted in XHTML of those group of companies. But for the last 2 years, or for this year and the last year, we were not allowed to have everything in one file. And also after the change of the company law, or after the implementation of the company law, there are still 2 files, only that both files can be in XHTML because there is no change in the law that the auditor's report can be part of the original XHTML report when it makes sense. Like when you would look at the slide before again, as I said, it's really, really important that the disclosure or the document that was intended for the disclosure needs to be filed. And so you see this will not change during the company law package. It's just a clarification for the German companies that they can also transfer or convert the auditor's report in XHTML, but there are still 2 files which need to be submitted at the OAM then. Thank you for going back and forth. So yeah, what did that mean for the companies? When we go to the next slide, which we will skip. I will come to that later. We will go to the other one, to the next one. We will have a really quick look at the best practice of our first year of submitting, because submission, as I said now, with the complication of 2 different file types, and you have those components, and then you have other components, and you need to bring that all together in one big reporting package. We needed to do some, we had to face a lot of challenges. That's, I think, is the most important thing. As the Federal Gazette, we had some requirements as well. We had some hard IT technical validations, so that we were sure to be still secure, and that we could not take files which maybe could be corrupted. So we had hard IT technical validations. And then we also gave the idea of how to create the reporting package, to explain all the clients that they could submit zip files within zip files, because when they do have two files, they needed to make an overall zip over it, and maybe that helped them to create the reporting package more easily. Then also many auditors wished for a PDF where they had audited the paper annual statement, the annual financial statement, but then wanted to put the ESEF package into it. So we also decided, okay, we will allow to have a PDF file with an included zip package, so that the auditor can say, here, I can validate to you that the correct package was audited by the auditor. But many clients really had a big challenge to create those reporting packages. Sometimes it was just that they didn't know how to create a zip file, that they didn't know how to create a zip file in a zip file. Then the problem of really extracting the zip file out of the PDF again, so that we could make our checks, which we have to do as the Federal Gazette. So there were a lot of changes, a lot of challenges, and a lot of individual questions, because everyone in Germany did it differently. Though we gave them two different ideas of how to file, zip within zip or PDF within zip, and they could even also do single arrangements. It was I think we had 40 different types of submissions, and everyone was just very confused. And so what we did was that we answered a lot of individual questions, and we created a lot of individual solutions. And although they had a nice testing facility, which we provided for them, they had still questions. And so our IT did a lot of detailed analysis of errors raised during the testing or the submission orders. And so then we really wanted to do something different for the second year of submission. But before I explain the second year of submission, which is now already in the process, we can go to the slide before, because I think it's very important to understand that in Germany, really each and every annual account has to be checked for completeness and timeliness by the Federal Gazette, Bundesanzeiger. Before anything is published, we really check every single account. And as we said, this account, those are only 500 to 700, but we have a lot more. I think there is about 1.5 million companies that we check each year of completeness and timeliness. And but really, in regards to ESEF, we put the service concept in front, next to the checking of completeness and timeliness, which includes, among different things, you see the bullet points. We need to prove the identification, the verification of the fiscal year and everything, because only if we can make sure that those points are correct, we can really at the end say, yeah, the check for completeness and timeliness is correct, and we can file or publish the annual account correctly. And but in regards to ESEF, we really had to put the service concept in front. We really wanted to make sure that every single issuer can be file or submit right on time, that every question was answered, that they didn't get any problems afterwards, because Germany, when you have inconsistency or when you're not doing a proper disclosure, you can be fined very heavily. And we always try, in case of inconsistencies, we always contact the customers, tell them what inconsistencies we figured out, give them the chance to correct those. And it's really important for us to clarify questions in advance so that they can avoid threats of administrative fines. And that's always the reason for our customers that we put really big there in the blue box our recommendation that please respond to requests of the Federal Gazette, because it only saves them overall a lot of problems maybe later, so that they avoid unjustified threats and everything. The inconsistency also can lead to the aspect that the companies have to change their financial statement again, which could lead to another re-audit. And of course, every company doesn't want to do a re-audit, so that's the reason why we really try to answer also before the submission questions, that before they submit it to us, which they can only when they are already audited, the companies already come to us and ask, okay, we want to give it to the auditor very soon. Can we make sure that the ESEF file is validated in every technical aspect? Can we test to upload the file so that we can make sure everything is fine? And so we put in a lot of testing facilities so that the clients, but also the software service providers, the auditors, that everyone can really try and test if that what they put together works. Yes. Okay. So as I said, we had a lot of challenges in the first period, and it seemed very complicated with ZIP and ZIP and PDF and ZIP and all the 40 different variations of submissions of the clients. We decided to redesign our publication platform. So I think we can now go on to the slide where I'm talking about, our improvements. For this second submission period, the Federal Gazette has redesigned its publication platform, so ESEF orders can be submitted more easily. We decided to switch to a user-guided submission, which means the companies still submit in one order, but they have 3 different uploads, so that it's not maybe so confusing, that they don't have to make a ZIP and ZIP, that they don't have all the challenges of creating a reporting package. We support them in this, and so they have now the chance to upload 3 different files. And we even managed to tell them, okay, the first file is your origin ESEF file, the one you bring to your auditor. This is the one you put into the upload A. And you are only to upload there 1 ZIP or 1 XHTML, because those are the formats which are allowed for that file. And the upload 2 and 3, they are optional, where the upload 1 is obligatory. 2 and 3 are optional because sometimes certain components are not there yet, so they submit a second order, and then now I know this was one word I haven't looked up. When they only have part of it and then they have another part, they bring it together in one complete file, but they can do it in 2 different orders if one component is not ready at the time of submission. Usually they should all be perfectly done, but sometimes it happens that one component is coming a little later. Anyway, so the first upload is the origin ESEF file, which needs to be filed at the OAM, which needs to be able to download at the OAM, which needs to be also transferred to the EU. This is the main part. But then, as I said, for Germany, you also need to upload other components. And so in the second upload, we explain that the management report oath and the balance sheet oath can be uploaded separately because those don't need to be checked by the auditor. Most of them already included in upload 1 or in upload A. And so if you already have included it in upload A, you don't need to upload it again in upload B. So that's the reason why it's optional. And upload 3 is also optional because, as I said, we also have a little part of foreign countries which submit at the Federal Gazette, and they, for example, maybe don't have a report of the supervisory board or something like this. And so we cannot force them to upload something which they don't have. So for German companies, it's really common that they do have an upload 3 with other files, especially the editor's report and the report of the supervisory board. But for foreign countries, it doesn't have to be. And so you see, we have a really user-guided submission. When all uploads are done, then you will click and say, yeah, now I want to submit it. And then the Federal Gazette makes an overall supply out of it. And then the process goes on that the file comes into our in-house system. We check it, we publish it. And after we published it, on the next slide, we also did a little, there are, for you to see our hard implementations first. Like we did little changes because of the redesign of the submission process, but usually still we have, with the implementation of the new ESEF regulation, hard validations for IT security reasons. But like those really complicated reporting packages that we accepted beforehand, we don't accept anymore. Anyways, otherwise we, of course, allow everything which is allowed at the ESMA technical regulations. But with one point, with active content, we are very strict because active content in the reports can corrupt maybe the reports or can be have a big IT security problem, and so we don't allow active content right now. Yes, but with the next slide, you see the point I was mentioning before, that we also did a little difference in the structure of our ESEF viewer in the Federal Gazette and also in the OAM. When you research for the documents, then you will also see them the way like other people uploaded them. You will, at the first part till the line, you will see the ESEF file, the origin, then you see maybe the additional components of ESEF format, like the oath. Then you would see additional official non-ESEF disclosure files, like the auditor's report. And you don't see it here, but if companies submit also translation, you would see it at the end. The download possibility is only possible at the OAM, because there it should be originally filed, but because Germany is kind of different in this part too, because we have the checking and the submission of the proper disclosure at the Federal Gazette, and then later everything is completely shown at the OAM. We have only the downloads then at the official point where it should be able to download. Yes, but also there we have a change now with the company law implementation, so that all financial statements or financial information will be filed directly and also checked directly at the OAM soon. It will begin with fiscal years of 2022. So this year in August, we go live with the new implementation of that act. And so there will be changes, but only in the way that you don't find the financial reports on two platforms, starting with the fiscal year of 2022. Yes. I think then I'm done with that slide as well. I already talked a lot about the possibility that we provided testing facilities. This just gives some information that when we did the changes after the first year of submission, that we changed our criteria. We published them in November when we did the changes, and then also, of course, the issuers and the service providers and the auditors could try the testing under the new workflow. Yeah. So I'm already done. A last thing for me to say is what we exchanged is that it's really important to keep the submission process simple and client-oriented. So if some other OAMs are listening and they are still facing the challenges of implementing the ESEF Act, we can just give the advice: keep it simple and easy for the clients. Thank you.
So, no, thank you, Sabrina. As Sabrina Over from the federal side just showed us on how Germany fared with the challenges of ESEF, from the federal point of view, Markus Stefancic and I, in the next topic today, we want to show you the challenges and implementation of ESEF from the issuer side. Me, Fabian and I, together with Marco, we've been working on the ESEF format since almost half a year, and Markus Stefancic is using the software, the ESEF Manager, which I help implement at issuers and service providers. And we want to show you the challenges of implementing the ESEF topic in issuers' houses, also always service providers, but we will keep it focused on the issuer side and using a software in-house and facing challenges of ESEF. As you see, our topic is called "The EU is moving closer together due to the digitalization processes." And this should be the main focus for our topics today. But let's kick it off. Please show the agenda. Okay, so we have 5 points. The 6th point is just the contact data from Fabian and I. We will start with a short introduction of ESEF. So what challenges have we been faced? What challenges have we saw at issuers and service providers? We want to show you an experience report with the specialty on the German issuers. Markus Stefancic then will jump in and show us his side of implementation of ESEF, and then I will jump back into it with pain points, feedback, legal basis, annexes. And of course, obviously, I want to conclude with some positive aspects of ESEF, because there have been a lot of challenges, but I think if the cooperation is at a focus point, we will be able to face these challenges. So let's go ahead. Next topic, next slide. So I'm very sure all the attendants on site and online are very well aware what ESEF means on this day. I will just basically give a short introduction. ESEF stands for European Single Electronic Format, and basically it is the possibility for the EU to have the disclosure management centralized. So We have different markets worldwide. We have the North American markets, we have the Asian markets, and the EU is trying to move closer together from the federal point of view, but also from the how the disclosure management works in the EU, so we can be managed better in the EU as single entities. So, go ahead. We have three main points for what is ESEF from our point of view, from my point of view specifically. So, first of all, ESEF was kicked off in the year of 2020 for the annual reports of 2020. It is in Germany. It's a small specialty in Germany. It's just issuers whose securities are listed on regulated markets in the EU. So as Sabrina Over just told us, in Germany we have about 450 to 500 entities who are obliged to fulfill the ESEF requirements. Across Europe it's about 5,000 to 6,000. It varies from year to year. And our third focus point, what is ESEF and what is it for? It should lead to more accessibility. It should be, it's a way to have better analysis of issuers in Europe, in Germany, like how is the economy doing this year, next year, and like for example, the European Central Bank is a major part of these digitalization processes because the European Central Bank has to decide a lot of things, and it's deciding, as an entity, it's deciding a lot of things regarding how the economic state of the European Union is, and with a digital format like ESEF or the other topics we are talking about today and in the common agenda points, it's all for a better overview, to gain more overview over the economic entities in the European Union. And of course, the last point is the comparability of companies, of different branches, and so on and so forth. We will focus on the issuer perspective today, and first of all, a couple of key notes. ESEF as the issuer, it's the financial statement in XHTML, which is basically just a translation from PDF to XHTML. Of course, there's a lot of work behind it, but basically it's just like a Word to PDF conversion, but now we convert from PDF to XHTML, which is basically just a digital way of disclosing. IFRS consolidated financial statement must be tagged with XBRL tags. This is the reason why the Bundesanzeiger, as a company, as the federal side, but also as a private side where I'm working for, we have a lot of experience with XBRL technologies. We work with XBRL since 2007 in the company. Since 2013, we are really working with XBRL conversions and tags. So we felt obliged to be able to fare with ESEF and help issuers to disclose in ESEF. We have the main focus point from the European side is the ESMA, which is an authority who helps giving issuers in Europe a taxonomy. It's the IFRS 16 taxonomy. In Germany, we also mix it up with IAS 7, and basically it's just the taxonomy which provides all the possibilities to digitalize. And the inline XBRL, especially in this case, not just XBRL, but inline XBRL, is the way to digitalize from exactly what I said, PDF to XHTML. So next slide, please. We have different requirements from year to year, and it varies and it develops. And this is a very specific point because in Germany we had ESEF from 2020 on, so we are in the second year of disclosing in ESEF. A lot of countries smartly decided to postpone for 1 year. So this is the graph for the German issuers or German Federal Gazette, for example. In the most of the European countries, you can postpone it from 1 year. So we have voluntary tags, we have mandatory tags, and we have different mandatories from year to year. So we started with the basically financial statements. So it's the 5 tables. It's, for example, the balance sheet, the equity. It's basically just the digits in your annual report, which have to be digitalized since 2 years now, as we are in April today, and the disclosing is just happening. We will be obliged as issuers, as service providers, to tag notes. So the notes tagging will start next year with the current year running, and the disclosing then next year in February to April. And you will have to tag your notes as well. So there's a couple of information in your notes which also have to be digitalized, and this will start now. So we are currently in our phase of testing, of preparing the software, and next year you will be obliged to also tag your notes. So what I want to show you and tell you with this graph is not just this graph, it's also we have gained a lot of experience in the not preparation of many issuers. So what I like, it's important for me to say it. It's very important to prepare now for the notes tagging, because everybody has to disclose next year from January to April, and everybody will have questions. And the sooner you are prepared, the better you will fare with disclosure management in the next year. So please, 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 this is really, it's coming from my heart. Please prepare this year, maybe the 3rd or 4th quarter of this year, so you will be able to tag your notes. You know what's going on. You know the taxonomy, because this will be a lot of work. It will take a lot of manpower, a lot of hours of work to tag the notes. But basically, it's not complicated at all. So don't fear it, but please prepare yourself. So let's go to the next slide. We also, as we have a software for service providers, for issuers themselves, specifically the ESEF manager, we also build a software for auditors. So auditors have to validate their zip packages that's coming from the issuers. And we thought, okay, we are able to provide a solution for issuers. We also want to provide a solution for auditors. And it's what we've done. We've worked closely with the auditors in Germany. We had big cooperations with many auditors. Everybody of y'all knows the Big Four, for example. They were a major part and helped a lot. We had big working groups behind it, and we developed a software for issuers and auditors, so you can validate and you don't have like a media break. Let's go to the next slide. So you see 3 screenshots from our software. The first one is just a simple screen of the workspaces issuers have. So if you as an issuer use the ESEF manager, or if you want to get to know the ESEF manager as an issuer directly, you will have the ability to see these 5 workspaces where we can implement the PDF document and then go through the different stages of workspaces and create your zip package. We also built the software for service providers. So for example, in Germany, we have a big cooperation partner, which is called EQS. I'm pretty sure everybody of you know EQS. They are very well known, and they asked us to build a software for service providers. So they will be able, or they are able, to handle the issuers. The third screenshot shows the solution for auditors. You see different workspaces from first screen to the third screen. And basically the work in the software for auditors is very, very short in time. Basically, it's just to check if the validations, the math is correct behind it. I want to give me the second, because we are very proud. Fabian and I are very proud. We are a team of 2. We have specific issuers and users from 6 different countries in the EU. We emerged as the market leader in Germany with the software, which is very cool. Our service providers, especially EQS, but also we have smaller entities who also work as service providers. The ESEF manager handles over 17 countries in the EU, and we have reported over 7,400 ESEF zip packages. Also, market leader in the auditor topic, we have about 75% of auditing companies. We have around 38 to 43 auditors who are obliged and able to audit issuers, regulated issuers in Germany, and we are working with almost 30 around, and also gained a market leader in Germany, so became, So, second topic, experience report and use cases of German issuers. We serviced over 50 entities directly. It's about 60 entities directly this year, and we've gained a lot of experiences. So I will also give a conclusion at the end. You see the key learnings, and this is like the major part. This is the most important part. Our experiences of 2 years of ESEF. As I said in the start, there was a great ignorance of ESEF. Nobody wanted to do it. Nobody knew, like in a company itself, which department has to provide the ESEF package. Is it the accounting? Is it the investor relations department? Who is it? And so everybody put it from table to table, and nobody wanted to do it. So there was a really, really big ignorance in the first year. I greatly remember it. Today, as we have fared with 2 years of ESEF, there's less uncertainty. There's still some because of the notes tagging, which will come next year. And as I said in the beginning, the postponement in 24 EU countries of the obligation has helped. Why has it helped? Because we in Germany then had the possibility to find our own way. Also Austria, as another German-speaking country, we had the possibility to gain some knowledge, make mistakes. Everybody could look at us, and everybody did look at how German fared with ESEF from the federal side. So the other OAMs in the various countries watched closely how we did it on the federal side, but also watched closely how we did it on the issuer side. First year was about implementation. Then different requirements came up. The auditors gained more and more traction of ESEF and how to audit it, and we have very, very specific requirements from the auditors, from the like the EU, from the European Union, who obliged us with ESEF, and also from the issuer side. But now, after 2 years, it smoothens out. So we are pretty sure that ESEF will not be a problem anymore. There is a small challenge, which is the notes tagging. But I'm pretty sure we will handle it. So, a lot of words. Nothing was really important, because the most important things is the key learnings we gained as a service provider, as a software provider. It's the communication. So first of all, auditors, issuers, consultants who help issuers or service providers who help in how to do ESEF, you need to communicate often and early. So make big mail chains, talk about deadlines, change deadlines, clarify who's responsible for what in the process of ESEF. The second point is a point, I'm smiling because not too many people read what they had to read. Literature, it's like the most important stuff. You have to know your stuff in the topic of ESEF. You really have to. The literature is not fine. You don't take it to bed. You don't want to read it at night, but you have to read it. You have to know what you're talking about, because some auditors have requirements which are not required. Some issuers have had challenges they were not required to have. So it's really important to read the literature, to have the ESMA guide, to have your specific audit guide, and to have your, like the national guide for ESEF, because every country has different variations on how to fare with ESEF. And especially, and that's like always in life, prepare. Be prepared, know what's coming. We will talk about ESEF now. We will talk about ESG, sustainability reporting, in a couple of minutes. And sustainability reporting is far away. It's like 2 years, for example. But the time is now to prepare, and the time for ESEF and block tagging is now to prepare. Ask your service provider, whoever you are working with. There are a lot of service providers, especially in Poland, for example. There are a lot of very smart service providers and software providers. Talk to them now. If you are an issuer, talk to them now, talk to them today, and prepare for either the notes tagging or different variations of ESEF and challenges you still have. Now, Marko Stefancic will jump in. No, we have recommendations for ESEF obliged parties, yeah. Just what I said. Inform early, onboard experts, take a consultant, call your software provider, take advantage of webinar, workshops. We offer a lot of workshops, but also I know different European entities offer a lot of workshops, so use them, take your time. It's important. You have to gain the knowledge. If you don't gain the knowledge, you won't be able to face the challenges correctly. Also, recommendations for auditors. Know the standards. We have different specifics regarding like label tagging. I'm pretty sure everybody of you heard about extension building. What is an extension? When do I have to build an extension? Talk about it as early as possible, and obviously it's a software. No matter if it's the ESEF manager or some software, some other software, you have to learn basic IT skills. So you can't get around it. Okay, next slide, please. So. We are very honored. Like almost 6 months ago, Marko Stefancic sent me a mail. I don't know if he sent it to Fabian or me, and asked for our solution. He wanted to get to know the ESEF manager. He heard about it through different marketing strategies we've done, and he asked us to present him the ESEF manager. He was very quick to learn. Very good learner, Marko. I'm very, very proud as we have you here from Ericsson, Nikola Tesla. Marko will provide you the point of view, not from my point of view as a service and software provider or a consultant. He will tell you and talk about the challenges he faced as an issuer and being lonely responsible to handle all the ESEF requirements. Marko, the stage is yours.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me clear?
Hello.
Yeah.
Marko, yeah, first let me put your slides on the screen again.
Okay. So, hi, I'm Marko Stefancic from Ericsson Nikola Tesla Group. And I can hear echo. No, now it's good. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let me start with just few informations about the company where I come from, so it will be more clear to you when I will talk about the process I will discuss later on. So, Ericsson Nikola Tesla and our group of companies, we are a provider of communication products, solutions, and services in the operator segment, as well as provider of ICT solutions for national and public safety and healthcare. For example, we produced e-health system in 3 different countries, and we're working on some other industry segments. So we are closely related to Ericsson, and we are an associate member of Ericsson Corporation. And what we always like to share is that we are the largest Croatian exporter of knowledge, since our people, like developers and solution architects, work on many projects around Europe and the whole world. So we can go on to the next slide. So I won't talk much about the history, but just wanted to mention that we are founded in 1949, and just a few years later, we started the cooperation with Ericsson with production of telephone systems, and we have a long history of our own R&D center from 1962, and we have really evolved from production company to full solution provider, while implementing 3G, 4G, and 5G, and different e-health system, land registry information system, and similar solutions. So you can move to the next slide. I don't want to talk much about history, but this current situation. So we have 4 business segments. The first one is telco segment and managed services, where we are trusted advisor to our telco customers and market leader on our customers. Then there is industry and society, where we help and lead the digital transformation for many public services like e-health and land registry, as I already mentioned. The third one is our R&D center, which was founded in 1962, and we are positioned as one of the best R&D centers within the global organizations. And that leads to the fact that we are one of the largest exporter of knowledge in Croatia. Our engineers work in projects really in the whole world. Indonesia, Mexico, you name it, I think we've been there. Okay, and the fourth one is services, where we are highly competent and competitive service hub, providing the technical, consultative, and innovation capabilities. Okay, now something about the numbers. You can move to the next slide. Just to get to know my company. So we have about 3,500 people on 3 different sites in Croatia, and from which more than 90% are highly educated, and we are quite young, I would say. More than 30% of our employees are younger than 32. And you can see also this gender ratio, and which I think is quite good based on the fact that we are in the IT industry, and in most times the men are always there. So we can move to the next slide. I just wanted to go quickly through these few slides and move to the main topics. So we are here to build sustainable and connected world by driving these positive changes and creating new value for people, business, and the environment. And in our business, we always use practices above the prescribed ones towards all stakeholders. And we use high ethical standards in all our activities. And regarding the sustainability, that will be the topic of the next slot after this slot. We are using this technology for the sustainable future, and we are leading the transformation of many industries with our ICT solutions. And our goal is to reduce carbon footprint by 50% until 2030. This is our own goal for the company and for the group. And we want to help to achieve UN Sustainable Development Goals. And regarding the connection with our shareholders, we have integrated reporting since 1999, and that means financial and non-financial reporting in our annual report for more than 20 years. So I would say we have quite extensive experience in this area. And this year was quite challenging, as we needed to implement ESEF reporting, which brings us to the main topic of this presentation. Although in Germany it's the second year, and I think you probably have a lot more experience than me, but I wanted to share this implementation process in our company. So the first step for us was the decision between in-house solution versus the full service provider solution. And since this is the first year of implementation, we did not want to buy a model where the service provider takes everything for us in the first year, since then we wouldn't have any experience, and it will only get worse, not worse, but more complicated, I would say, as you already told. So it will get more complicated in upcoming years when we'll have to take the notes. So we decided that we will buy software and do the most of the tagging alone, and then ask for help, opinion of auditors and software providers. And we thought, okay, this will be the best solution. And in my opinion, this is very important knowledge that we gained this year in our company, which will be a good basis for the upcoming period. And also regarding auditors and regulator, despite the standards are all the same for all countries, there will be always slightly different interpretations in every country. So maybe your service provider, if he does all the job by himself won't know these details. And also, service providers have intense period with many clients at the same time in the beginning of the year. So we wanted to be realistic and know that they won't have all the time of the world for us. So we did not want to be so much dependent on them. And also you have to consider in these days, COVID, although I don't know how is it in other countries, the measures are not so strict. They eased it a few days ago, I think from the last weekend in Croatia, but you have to consider COVID and that the service provider might have problems with people.
Marco, let me jump in a second, please. Because
Okay.
you said, as you have experience of 1 year, and we see the slide, I want to stay there a second. Because if I would give the same feedback as you did with this slide, it's basically exactly the same. It's exactly the same. It's the pros and the cons for in-house and service providers. Fabian and I would do the same graph, would have the same slide. So basically you are pretty on point with our experience and the pros and cons of, because we work as a service provider, but also we, in your case, have direct implementation in-house, and it's basically 100% the same. It's congruent with what we think.
Yeah, sure. Well, this in-house solution, since we are a big company, that is why I wanted to show you and tell you something about the company. So we're a big company and we have resources in-house, so we can use this option. Maybe for others to be more sure that they will do everything in line with all the regulations, maybe the full service provider solution is the better solution for them. So we found, let's say, the middle way, where we have software provider provided by third party, by Bundesanzeiger Verlag, and then we did the tagging by ourselves. So we can move to the next slide. Based on our procurement policy, we had to ask for at least 2 offers, but in the end we have 6 or 7 possible suppliers, including all Big 4 companies. And the guys can tell you our procurement process is quite complex. And besides strategic sourcing, which is our procurement department, and company control, where I come from, we are the end users. We had colleagues from IT security, legal department, and security management department in the team. And they all had some topics to cover and tell us, okay, you have to worry about this, about this, about this. So security and IT colleagues were concerned about which ISO certification do you have? Do you have 27001, 27017, 27018, which all relate to information security? And also, what was important to them is which certificate company issued it, because it's not all the same if any company issued it. And they were concerned about the cybersecurity. Where are the cloud servers located? Are data stored in cloud encrypted? What kind of firewall do you have? Do you have antiviruses? How often do you make patches? And so on and so on. And as I understood my IT colleague, EU and USA requirements are a bit more strict than Asia-Africa requirements, even though that does not mean that the suppliers from Asia and Africa are not voluntarily in line with EU rules. Also, legal department solved the questions who is responsible for potential leakage of information, since this is a very sensitive area, you know, and who has the access to data, which law is to be applied if any disputes occur. And they made a privacy impact assessment. which are controls regarding personal data. Our strategic sourcing department also made some sanction list check, blacklist, watch list checks, a politically exposed person check, signing of no non-disclosure agreement, and they oversee the whole process. And last but not least, the company control. We are the end users of the solution. We were interested in which features does software have, and it was important for us that the education is also included in price. And we did not want high subsequent support price, since probably we will have more questions in upcoming year. So this is the first year, and next year we will have these notes and I assume many difficulties. So there were different options on the market with variety of support prices. Some of them had discounts for, let's say, 20 hours or 8 hours. And I think the solution with Bundesanzeiger Verlag was great support to offer. You're always quickly available to us, and that was very important in the whole process. Also,
thanks for the flowers,
we
Marco.
wanted to have solution with standard team. It's great that there's two of you. Okay, you have some few colleagues, but we did not want many resources involved from the supplier side, since we're on the stock market and we have to minimize the risk of leakage of any information. You wanted to say something, I assume?
No, I was saying thank you for the flowers, Marco, regarding the availability.
No, really. It was very good to work with you. So we aligned all these points from all the departments, and we tried to make the best possible decision. We can now move to the next slide. So these are the key facts used for the decision. Of course, one of them is price. Regarding the price, the main question for us was, is the price same even that we have 4 different reports? Because we have to file it in 2 different languages, and we have to file standalone and group consolidated report. This is the case in Croatia. I know the case in Germany is not the same. I'm not sure in other countries what is the case. So in Croatia, there are more strict rules, and we have to file a report in English, in Croatian, and we have to do it for consolidated and standalone reports. Also, we have some functionalities of the software that were important for our decision. This is the possibility to use the tool by more than one user. Since in my department there are few of us we were all involved together in this tagging. Also, the second thing is to have validation checks, so we can check it before sending to auditor. As Sabrina told, they had to make these validations available for the issuers, and we wanted this to be implemented also in the software. Also, auto tagging option was quite good for us also, because we want to make as little job as we have to. I mean, in the first year it won't be a problem, but next year when we will have to tag the nodes, auto tagging option I think will be great. And also roll forward function was important for us, so we have to make this just one time, and then we will rolling it in the upcoming years. Also, the block tagging was important for us because at the first we had an idea that we will do all the tagging all together in the first year, but in the end we tagged only mandatory things this year, and we will leave the rest for the next year for the long, warm summer to do it these days. And the format of reports that can be imported, that was also important for us, since we are working in Word until the report is really in high stage of preparation. And the third important thing was response time. And to be sincere, we decided to drop out the software providers that were not good in timely communication, as this may indicate also problems with future timely support. And this was actual advantage of yours, and your support really made it worth every penny. And in the end, this great communication saved time, and time is money, I always say. And I really like this to work with your team, with you as a team, because if someone was on the vacation, the other guys would jump in and help you with my questions, which they can answer. And in most cases, that would happen in an hour or two. And for the questions they couldn't tell me the solution, they told me when someone will be back from the vacation, and we solved it all in no time. And so after this decision, we sent the proposal to appropriate approvers, and that's it. We can move to the next slide. So this final slide is about this operative tagging of the annual report. So we made tagging on the statements for 2020 as a preparation for 2021, and send them to auditors to check it. And we are glad we have a good relationship with our auditors, and once we tag the report, we think with them regarding annual reports, including ESEF, and they helped us to solve our doubts because we made different approaches. For example, should we make our company-specific tag and anchor it to the ESEF tag, or should we tag the number to the most close ESEF tag that already exists? And in most cases, we use the existing tags from the ESEF. And also, we removed some of our subtotals in the report. For example, in statement of cash flows, in cash flow from operating activities, we had one subtotal for adjustments to profit before changes in working capital, and we removed it since ESEF taxonomy only has a tag that relates to adjustments to profit or loss with changes in working capital included. So I think really good thing, and the best solution is to use illustrative reports that Big Four companies auditors have, since they show, let's say, the perfect report, which is in line with IFRS, and then, of course, with ESEF. And so after that, the auditors confirmed the tags, and we will make roll forward to this year's statements. To be specific, I'm doing it today, so I'll excuse myself after my slot and go and make this roll forward. And of course, during this whole process, we had support from your side, which helped us solve our doubts and in the end make this whole ESEF reporting in time and in line with auditors and the recipients and all stakeholders' requirements. So that's it. It's great that you have 2 years of experience. That really helped us a lot.
Yeah.
And that would be it from me. For now, we can discuss some other things, and if anybody has any questions, they can ask some.
Yes, Marco, thanks a lot. And the specifics you talked about with conversations with your auditor, I'll remember it as if it was yesterday. So, yes, but thanks again, Marco, for the flowers, really. That's very kind of you. But also, this is likewise. So every user of the ESEF manager, either being it a issuer like you yourself, a software provider, service provider like EQS, or auditors we are working with, actually the knowledge we have today, the experience we have today is all from you, from our customers, from our users. As I am the main guy with implementation, the main cooperation partner, Fabian is always behind me and always is working on the software, always is preparing for the next steps of what has the software to be able to do in the next years. Example given, the block tagging, for example, we are well prepared today already, and yeah, it's very important for us. Either it be in ESEF, either it be in ESG or sustainability reporting or CSRD or what kind of acronym will prevail. And obviously also SRD2, we are always very, very focused on using the knowledge of our clients, the knowledge of our cooperation partners to get better and to gain this knowledge and help disclose up to 7,400 zip packages across the European countries. And yeah, Marco, thanks a lot. Thanks for the kind words. Thanks for the presentation. I think it's very important for all the issuers in attendance today to see your point of view, because actually this is the most important point of view, because you are the one who is obliged. Like, you have to do it, and yeah, thanks for the kind words.
Also, thank you from my side, Marco. Before we move on with the slides, I have a few questions, probably to both of you, as we have some time left. So we have seen on the previous presentation that there were issues that were, let's say, in a rush, you know, just before the deadline of the disclosure. Basically, they were in a rush and they had problems sometimes, or there were some new requirements from the auditors. We just learned. Tobias, maybe you were the first person in contact. Basically, you were like the help for everyone. How did you solve these situations when issues came to you and actually called you late night, for example, and saying, hey, we have to disclose tomorrow, anything? What did you do in these situations? And maybe before you answer, Marco, same question to you. When or did you come to the situation when you were in a rush, and what did you do, and what can you basically tell our audience to do then?
Marco, do you want me to start? Yeah, okay. Often I cried at night because often I had not have the answer. We have a great support team. Our software provider, which is FWSB, a German software company, development company, they were major, the biggest help. Our next speaker, Mr. Christoph Kocher, who will talk about ESG, also is an ESEF and IFRS consultant and specialist, also helped me a lot. I always call you my uncle of ESEF. So the main thing and the problem solver all the time was communication. Like, talk to like Marco, we had often we discussed, and you had some questions I couldn't answer, and the most important thing is to then be honest with each other. Like, if you know something, then make a sentence with an exclamation point, but if you don't know the answer, don't try to answer a question you don't know. You talked about the taxonomy and extension requirements, Marco, in one of your slides. There are no full answers sometimes. The auditor wants this, ESMA says this, you as an issuer want another thing. There is no clear answer sometimes, and the most important thing for me was always being honest with myself and giving answers where I could, and saying, no, I can't give the answer when I couldn't. And then I had obviously a very, very good support team, and also you, Fabian, but also our FWSB cooperation partner, Christoph Kocher, was always available for me if I had questions. We've gained a lot of cooperation partners on the auditor side who became close cooperation partners. They also could provide a lot of knowledge. And as I had my three major points of like conclusion, the most important thing is communication. Be honest with each other, communicate problems in advance, prepare yourself. This was how I handled it, and how I will keep handling it in the future. So, Marco, please give us your point of view.
Well, I'm sure the regulator takes the main vote here, and I think they will in the end tell us, okay, this is the thing you should do. But it's the first year for all of us, for the regulators and for the issuers and for the auditors in Croatia. We are trying to make the best possible solutions we have. And yes, every country is specific. So as I already told, we have to do these reports for standalone and consolidated reports. So it's different in every country. Every auditor, probably the auditors in the same audit company will have different opinions, because it's always the same with some standards and interpretations that can be different.
All right, thank you.
We will learn from the first year, and hopefully we will learn from Germany and the countries that already implemented this a few years ago. So.
Okay, thank you, Marco. I have another question to you, Tobias. You said the ESEF manager is a market-leading software or solution for ESEF, for the issuers and for the auditors, but you are just one person and a lot of issuers. So I know you had, I don't know, like 30 webinars and workshops. We had workshops together with Mr. Kocher and others. What were the biggest challenges here for you in teaching these things, and what were the best benefits of the workshops from your perspective?
The major challenges was not being able to have answers. There are different agendas behind everything in life, and also an implementation of a regulatory of like ESEF or also SRD2. We will talk about SRD2 later. There's always the federal side. There are different software providers. There's competition in the market. There are auditing companies. Like, we are all aware of the big four. And as you said, Marco, sometimes they didn't agree in-house, and then they didn't agree between each other and set standards who were not used as a standard. Everybody had their own agenda. To go to the next point of your questions, actually these workshops and different perspectives from a IFRS specialist, from software providers, from different auditors who then discussed, and I was the one who listened and learned from what they had to say, what their point of view. So actually, I think these workshops were the most helpful for me, myself, in learning and then being able to teach, because I think the most problematic challenge during the last 2 years was people who didn't know the answer but tried to give answers. I think this is really the major problem. Especially on the auditor side, I have to say it, I don't want to confront anybody, but many auditors said sentences with exclamation points that weren't actually true and not real, and or not in the reality of what the ESMA wanted, for example. And so being honest with each other, helping each other, seeing different perspectives, learning from each other through our circle. We had the luck of being able to work with you, for example, Marco. You come from an auditing company. You have a lot of knowledge about IFRS and taxonomies, and you are also very well known with IT stuff, as your company is very digitalized also. So these are the most important things, communicating with each other.
Thank you, Tobias. So we can move on with the slides. If we can get them back on the screen, please. Okay, this takes a second. Doesn't matter. Here we go. All right. So, Tobias, please continue.
I will conclude the ESEF topic with some feedback. Proposed solution, our proposed solution as a software provider. So we have different work groups. We have an iXBRL working group in Germany. We have one in Europe. We have a ESMA working group in Germany. We have one for Europe, and I'm pretty sure every different entity, every different country has their own working groups. It's the communication between those different entities, between those different agendas sometimes behind it. And what we did, we were asked by Gilles Maguet from EXBRL Europe often to give feedback because he knows that we gained a lot of experience and knowledge, and what he asks for, like he's constantly asking us, like almost every month, of what kind of feedback we have, has anything changed? Given feedback back to the EU level to then being able to implement the regulations in different countries who then postponed it, for example, was, I think, a major point and something we are very proud of. I'm pretty sure you as well. We collected a lot of feedback. You especially asked all of our customers to give feedback on how they regarded and took ESEF. And we passed it on to Gilles, to iXBRL, to the ESMA, to Anna Scortino when she was in her position. She now changed, but we gave a lot of feedback, and I think this is very important because actually, like the regulatory, the theory behind ESEF, yeah, it might be smart, it might be the right thing, but actually it's always just a theory until it gets real. And during the practice, and the praxis comes then the reality and the feedback, and yeah, we forward a lot to the ESMA, actually. We talk about challenges, we talk about implementation of a different regulatory, of things coming from the European Union to then be taken to the national law. And the word challenges kept coming up very often, but there's also some positive aspects. Especially for us with the ESEF manager, so this is our feedback and positive aspects from the point of view of the software of the ESEF manager. Every customer from day one had their ESEF file submitted in time with the taxonomy validated correctly, no mistakes were disclosed, no customer left us. That's a very, very important point for us too. We're very proud on that, like Marco said, I think availability is major, is a key part of what we've been able to be as a service provider, and I think our customers, our clients are very looking at this point very closely. So we're very proud that nobody has left us from over 7,400 customers or ESEF packages we created. The software is extremely reliable. Fabian is working constantly to keep the software viable and reliable. We had no errors, actually, no critical errors. We are always working with the ESMA regulatory on the first stage, so we also always try to look at what wants the ESMA, and then on the second step we take it into national law and specifics. As Marco mentioned, the roll forward functionality is something that will take, you can, like, it saves time. We made some Umfragen, questionnaires. We made some questionnaires between our customers, and they said it's about 70% of time saving from first year to second year using our roll forward functionality. Basically, it takes a day in the second year, and it will take half a day in the third year, disregarding the notes tagging because we don't know yet. But the roll forward functionality is also something a lot of customers pretty sure are very thankful for. Yeah. So our contact details, Fabian and I. Please feel free to contact us, get back to us with feedback, with questions. We're very, very glad if you give us feedback because, as I said, we learn from what you think, what you experience. So, yeah.
All right, thank you, Tobias. Okay, we're coming to an end of the first part of the conference. We will have a short break now for 45 minutes. The next topic will be ESG, together with Herr Kocher, Mr. Kocher. And yeah, we will start again at 2:30. So see you all then. If you're online, you don't have to switch off the connection. The stream will continue. You can just keep the window open. And of course, all the people here on site, you're welcome to have the break together with us now. Yeah, see you in 45 minutes.
So we welcome you back. Our next topic, topic 3, as you see on the slide, is sustainability reporting. We have different acronyms running around across Europe right now. It's CSRD, it's ESG. Basically, it's about sustainability. And next to me is Mr. Christoph Kocher. He is IFRS specialist. We worked with him together in the topic of ESEF very closely. We got to know each other through ESEF. And he is ESG consultant. And he will show us, after a short introduction of mine, he will show us like the framework of ESG, how to report, what to do, and will guide us all, I'm very looking forward to it, guide us through what has to be done in preparation to be ESG ready. We will kick this off. The next slide. No. So, our agenda is, I will introduce ESG, then Mr. Christoph Kocher will give us an overview. Then I will take over again, talk about some best practice approaches and the services we will provide as the Bundesanzeiger Verlag. So ESG, it's the next reporting standard after ESEF and the digitalization process of the annual reports. We in Europe will be faced with a new challenge in the coming years. It's about sustainability reporting. And with new EU standards for this reporting, this is the next step in digitalization. And I am very, very sure that there will be more coming. There's a framework. There's not actually a real standard yet. It's all going through different stages of development. But we will show you, together with Christoph Kocher, the complexity and quality which has to be reported. It's a new challenge. Many companies are faced with it, and we are very happy if we can help you, guide you a little bit more in preparation towards your reporting. ESG, the acronym stands for Environment, Social and Governance, and it's the way of the European Union to, I mean, at the end, it's about being sustainable as in economic entities, and with like he will build the framework of what to do, what to expect. But to give you a short insight on why we as the Bundesanzeiger have had the topic of ESEF and now have the topic of ESG, because from a software standpoint, it's basically like the block tagging, the ESG reporting. It's PDF documents that have different elements regarding sustainability, and they have to be digitalized. It's the same. It's congruent to ESEF and note tagging. At the end, after Christoph Kocher showed us his slides, I will give you a short overview of our services. Mr. Kocher, very proud to have you here. It's your stage. Feel free.
Is that my mic right
Yes,
here?
yes. Go ahead.
Is this turned on? Oh, yeah, it is. All right. Thank you, Tobias, for having me here, for inviting me here. Also, thank you, Thomas, for having me here at the Stock Exchange in Warsaw. What you see on the screen back here is not a PowerPoint presentation, because if you go to a lot of conferences like I do, or online conferences these days, you see a lot of PowerPoint presentations, which is good because it's a very efficient way of presenting your material. I don't like it anymore, I have to say, because I get tired. And so now I try to do this with Miro. This tool is called Miro, if you don't know it yet, and we'll see if it turns out. It might end in catastrophe, then I might just have to do it out of my head. So I came here to Warsaw to talk about sustainability, and in particular about how the future is going to look like in terms of having a sustainability report in electronic format. I think that's really where the focus is today. So we're gonna have a look. You see it at the side on the left side of the SFDR. We're gonna have a look what the regulatory requirements in Europe are right now, okay? And then we're gonna ask ourselves, how are we gonna transfer this in an electronic format? Parenthesis, XBRL. I'm gonna slow down speaking now because I can see that the translator is firing away back there in her cabin. All right, now, let's try to move through this board a little bit, and I'm going to use it to provide you the information I'd like to give you. So we're talking about sustainability today. To be, as you mentioned, the E, the S, and the G, and I'm sure by now we're all familiar with this. But what does it mean to us? And why are we so concerned today with sustainability? So we're going to move to the right here. Fabian, I'm going to ask you to move to the right. Thank you. Why are we here? Why are we having this panel? Why don't we all go to the zoo or to the public pool and have fun, right? I'd like to go to the public pool right now or to the zoo. But there must be a reason why we're here. There must be a background, or to put it in the words of the young people today, people born after 2000, not me, obviously, purpose. What's the purpose? Is the business you're doing, is it purposeful? Is the business model of Warsaw Stock Exchange, is it purposeful? I just spoke to Thomas, and I believe it is. And the purpose is not making money, obviously. So that's why we're here, and that's what people think about, and a lot of young people think about. Now, if we move further to the right, Fabian, thank you. I brought you some pictures. These are pictures I just draw from the media, and I called them personal impressions. Fabian, if you take this down a little bit, please. I called it further down, please. If you take it further down, yeah. There it is. I caught this personal impressions because this is what you're confronted with. You turn on the TV, the radio, or in social media, right? What we see here on the top left is a little village close to where I live, Tübingen in the south of Germany, and they were flooded. They were heavily flooded, and you see the mayor standing there with a voluntary firefighter, and they have one pump, one part water pump. So there was only so much they could do to help people with their flooded houses. These are farmers in China, and unfortunately in the region where they live, they don't have bees anymore, right? So now the farmers have to do the job of the bees themselves. As you can see, they're hanging from the trees. This was a textile factory in Asia, and as it turned out, the building collapsed due to poor maintenance, and as it turned out, they were producing textile for a company in Germany, a large textile company in Germany. So supply chain, anyone, right? If you see these pictures, this is a very famous news anchor in Germany, and you turn on the news TV 8 o'clock at night in Germany, you'll meet him for sure. And every time I see him, this is like how he appears to me personally, because he always has bad news. And so that's my personal impressions, that at some point, living in the year 2022, you gotta ask yourself, is this just me? Or is there a change in this world? What's happening? And what's happening to the world we live in, right? Fabian, if you move further to the right, please. I'm trying to give you some objective evidence, right? This is one chart of a very large and comprehensive study that's called the International Panel on Climate Change. It goes with the acronym IPCC. The heads-up version was published at the end of 2021. In the meantime, they released the full-scale report. It has several hundred pages, and what they do is they collecting evidence. if there is actually global warming, and they show the evidence to make it available to the public and to the politicians. This is one charge, only one charge from many. I just took this. I believe it's a very trustworthy source, the IPCC. It's promoted by the United Nations, so I think it's very trustworthy. And what we see here is the green line is the simulated natural only, so solar and volcanic increase in the global surface temperature, right? So this is the past, and this is what they're projecting. Only so no human interference with the green line. And then the middle one, simulated human and natural, is what they're projecting the global surface temperature increase projected with the human interference. And then the black one is what they actually observed. So the message is we're actually worse than we already anticipated, right? So it's bad news again, looking at Klaus Kleber, the famous news anchor, it's bad news again. And so I believe, Fabian, if you go further to the right, looking at the IPCC and other sources, I believe there is a link between the emission of greenhouse gases, such as CO2, and the increase in global surface temperature. There is a link for sure, and you can't avoid it anymore. There's no way of saying, no, this doesn't exist anymore. There was a US president who actually said there is no link, but I think he was wrong, to be honest. Now, if we follow the dotted green line, Fabian, back, this brings us back to the center point of the mirror board, and it says, why? That's why we're here. That's why we're having this panel, right? And being in Warsaw Stock Exchange, green finance is actually at the heart of opening the way to reducing CO2 emissions in Europe massively. That's why it's very thrilling being here. Now, so that's the purpose, right? Now we have the purpose. Maybe we go up and see what we have to report, what we have to do. This is from the IOP conference. I could have taken plenty of other charts. They always tell the same story. It's about the E, the S, and the G, right? Right now, when you look at the public discussion, everybody is obsessed with the ecology aspect about it. So people talk about greenhouse gas emissions and CO2, obviously, for a good reason, because there's way too much for it. And that's like the most crucial thing everybody jumps at right now. But be aware that sustainability comprises way more than just CO2 emission. There's a social aspect to it. I'm just coming from a client, and we are producing a GRI compliant sustainability report. We're going to look at GRI in just a minute, what that is. And so GRI standard compliant sustainability report, and we're trying to produce the gender pay gap. So what they pay for their female employees and their male employees, it's terribly hard to get there. It's terribly hard to get there, believe it or not. Because you have to provide the data not only at the employee level, but at all stages of the hierarchy. Terribly hard to get there. I'm not blaming them. It's not a piece of information that anybody asked for so far. So in their annual report, they have their wages, they have their salary and so on, the remuneration for the boards, they have all that. But now they need a new quality of data, and they just don't have it. That's not related to CO2. That's the social aspect of sustainability. And obviously, once you start reporting about something, and those numbers, they don't look too great, to be honest. Once you start reporting about it, you realize, we might have an issue here. So you turn your attention to the things you talk about, right? So there's always an E, an S, and an G. I took this graphic right here from the IOP conference because it's free to use. You're allowed to use it as long as you provide these resources, which I did, obviously. There's plenty of others, but it's always usually in circles, and there's the E, the S, and the G. So as a company, usually this is one of your starting point where you start to reflect, where do we have influence and what is influencing us as an organization? Are we in the social sphere? Maybe you're a service provider, or is it more leaning towards greenhouse gas emissions? Maybe if you're in the production industry, right? If we go further up, Fabian, please. I draw this line to the Sustainability Development Goals. For those of you who don't know these yet, they refer to as the goals. It's 17 goals that were established by the United Nations, and there's plenty of information out there to inform yourself what these goals are. I gave you the link here. I'm not gonna ask Fabian to click on the link. If he would do that, then this would open and you would have for each and every single of these goals, you'd have plenty of information. They have an app in many languages. There's an app in German. I'm sure there's an app in Polish that gives you information about this. Believe me, it's great fun to sit down with the senior leadership of your organization and reflect these 17 goals, right? And after, say, half a day, you ask everyone to come back and you ask the senior leadership, what's your preferred goal in here? What do you think, what's the influence we could have? What's the impact we could have on one of these goals? Now, good news, no one is able to pursue 17 goals at once. That's just impossible because you can't. So if we go further to the right, don't pursue 17 goals at once, but ask yourself as an organization, what's material for your organization? That's the point, right? So if you are if you're a producing organization, say you're producing steel, you're producing cars, electrical appliances, I don't know, you tell me, then you probably want to reflect about the goal on greenhouse gas emissions. Where does the energy come from? Are we using green energy? And if so, where is it produced? How is it transformed? Are we using our own energy? If you're not in the production facility, but you're a service provider, then greenhouse gas emissions, that's probably not your goal. I just spoke to Thomas before we started the panel, and we said there's so many consultants like myself, right? And me personally, I hardly have any influence on the CO2 emissions of Volkswagen company in Germany. I know that. But here's the point. I'm traveling a lot as a consultant. I'm traveling thousands of miles a year. I came by train, right? I came by train. So still, even as a consultant or a service provider, you can have an influence. If you don't know yet, there's, it's not a shame. You just probably, it's not in your radar yet. But then you should start thinking about it. You better start thinking about it fast. And here's why. I'm going to show you why. If we follow the dotted line, Fabian, if you could follow the dotted line, it brings us back to what is it we are talking about, right? So now we have our purpose, why, and we know what we are talking about. Now, let's go to the left-hand side, Fabian, please. And this is about how. How are we gonna provide the information concerning sustainability, and how are we gonna do this in an electronic format? Now, the regulatory environment in the EU at present is pretty much under the radar or under the hashtag EU Green Deal, right? but there is no single thing as a EU Green Deal. It's like a plethora of different regulations addressing different market participants or elements of the civil society. So Fabian, if you show us the graphic on the left, this is a graphic I produced trying to show what the EU Green Deal actually is. It's very simplified, but I tried to make this as transparent as I could. So the EU says that their Green Deal is an action plan for financing sustainable growth, right? That's maybe a wording that we should keep in mind. So they're trying to direct or redirect capital flows away from traditional industrial elements and into green or economic activities. That's where the EU taxonomy comes into play, and I'm sure you all heard the news, what's actually taxonomy compliant and what's not taxonomy compliant, right? Being in Poland right now, I'm fully aware that producing energy by burning coal is very important to the Polish industry, right? In Germany right now, we have completely different discussions. About 15 years ago, we decided we're going to pull out of nuclear energy and made ourselves completely reliant on gas imports, mainly from Russia. And as we see today, that was a mistake. Is burning gas to produce electricity EU taxonomy compliant? It is. So already at this stage, we see there's a lot of politics involved in here. That's not something that we can change as a company. We just need to be aware of it and we need to be compliant, right? Now, for those of you coming from the ESEF implementation, like myself, this is not the taxonomy we've been using to tag the financial statements. This is the EU taxonomy coming out of the Green Deal. And this is not something that you need to apply it. But in order to apply it and to be EU taxonomy compliant, you need to apply the CSRD, right? And what that is, what the acronym stands for, we're just gonna look at in a minute. So the EU taxonomy doesn't provide you but with a uniform classification structure, right? It's like a dictionary, if you want, of activities that are allowed because they are green, considered by the European Commission. Now, if you want to fulfill this uniform classification, if you want to be on the green list as a reporting entity, maybe listed on Warsaw Stock Exchange, you need to apply the CSRD, right? Here's a list of regulatory standards that you can use in order to be CSRD compliant. Now, the one, if you're a larger entity and you're probably listed, the one you've been using so far is the GRI. That's the set of reporting standards, sustainability reporting standards, that's been promoted by the UN. So right now we're using the GRI standard. In Germany, if you're a smaller entity, maybe you're not listed, and you want a lean sustainability report, you're probably going to use the DNK, that stands for Deutscher Nachhaltigkeitskodex. So that's I think it was introduced in 1998, and it's a very nice tool to start engaging in the sustainability reporting process. But there's also SASB, there's also KPI for ESG, and this all goes in the same direction. And now, obviously, latest news are the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, ESRS, that have been published in the draft version. I think that was 3 weeks, 4 weeks ago, right? A good news is, I put here, is this a new gold standard? Because we don't know yet. Good news is both SASB and GRI are heavily involved with the EISB and the ESSB that are drafting the ESRS. So it's quite obvious that the ESRS are going to have major elements of GRI and SASB. So if you're asking yourself, what do I have to fulfill in future? Look at the GRI and look at the SASB and you'll find the answers. I'm going to provide more details on that just in a little while. Now, the left part of this graphic is CSRD. So we're talking about reporting entities, right? That's the entities that are also obliged to prepare ESEF reports, right? On the right-hand side, we have the SFDR. I have a graphic prepared on the SFDR and the acronym up there. We're going to look at that in a minute. Who's addressed here? It's investment companies, it's financial advisors. So it is the FMPs, the financial market participants. It's not reporting entities, okay? So if you are if you wanna issue a bond with an ESG link, right, as a company, then you concern yourself right now with the SFDR because you want to make this bond compliant with the SFDR. In order to be compliant with the SFDR, again, you have to respect the uniform classification coming from the EU taxonomy, right? That's the point. So the EU taxonomy goes two ways. It goes into the CSRD, and it goes through the reporting entities, and it goes the other way into the SFDR on the capital market participants. That's the point. So with this slide, I try to show how all these things are interrelated. There's no way around it. I'm sorry, there's no shortcut around it. I'm sorry to say that. Now, in the end, what the EU Commission says, they want all the European sustainability reports in an electronic format. So we're talking about ESEF again, right? And that's the other reason why we're here. Because after the text blogging, Tobias, you just mentioned, we will be tagging sustainability reports. I can say we will do that because it's pretty much, it's certain, right? So, and we're probably going to be using ESRS as a European entity, right? So that's the situation we have right now. Now, Fabian, if you go to the left, I prepared a little table on the CSRD. There's a lot of data in it. I don't want to bore you with this. So we have the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. I gave you all the data when it was released in April 2021, when it was adopted and so on and so forth. I'm not going to go through all these details. You can look at it on your own. But just one thing, who is CSRD, who needs to fulfill the CSRD requirements on 2 subsequent reporting dates. If you have an annual revenue above 40 million euros, total assets above 20 million euros, an average headcount of 250 full-time employees, and you fulfill two of these elements on 2 subsequent reporting dates, congratulations, you just joined the club for the CSRD compliance, right? The reporting requirements following from the CSRD are quite heavy, I have to say. There's this concept of double materiality that's new to us in Germany, for instance. We didn't have that yet. So what does double materiality mean? You have this inside out and outside in perspective. Give you an example. You're a steel producer, right? So you're consuming a lot of electricity, and then the question is, who does produce that electricity, and by burning what? Is it gas, is it coal? So they want to know from you, what's coming in, and what's the CO2 emissions. And then you turn it around, you go from outside in, say you're producing not only steel, but maybe you're also a chemical company. We have some of those in Germany. And then the question is, the products we are using, what's the impact on the society, or what's the impact on nature? So that you're going like the other way around. And this is what they refer to as double materiality, which is new to us. In Germany, we didn't have that yet. Then obviously the stakeholder analysis and the materiality analysis, very important step at the very beginning of every sustainability report. Stakeholder analysis in simple terms means, besides our shareholders, is there anybody else, any other group of interests that are impacted of what we do, right? I was in a board meeting and I raised exactly that question, and one of the very senior officers of the company told me, no, there's not. There's just stakeholders here. And other interests don't belong here. That was a very short conversation, and they don't prepare any sort of sustainability report yet, which I respect. If they don't want to, they don't have to yet, right? Materiality analysis, very important step in the process. Now we're referring back to the ESG elements and to the 17 goals from the UN. Materiality analysis means, what is important to your organization? Where do you have the biggest impact on one of these goals, right? That's the materiality analysis. Forward-looking information is also new. If you come from the financial reporting hemisphere and you're used to prepare financial reports, that's something you hardly do, maybe in the notes, but not really. That's something you're going to be forced. So they want to know, by 2030, what's the reduction in CO2 emissions your organization will achieve? So they're asking you for very specific goals, and then pain in the neck, the next year so you're supposed to report if you have reached your target. That can hurt. Intangible elements, I'm going to drop that for now. And then obviously there's going to be an alignment with the SFDR, which is on the right-hand side, and the EU taxonomy, which is at the corner of the picture, and then with ESEF, obviously. So a big piece of regulatory work that's been released, and so as I said, on top of the table, scheduled for late 2023. So that's definitely ahead. If you feel like you fulfill these requirements as an organization, you should get involved, right? Fabian, if we go to the top of the picture, there should be a table for the SFDR as well. If you go up, thank you. So that's pretty much the same format now for the SFDR. The first proposal was in 2019. It's applicable since 10th March 2021. I have a few clients who actually apply the SFDR right now, and I speak to them. I find this very interesting, and they say one of the most important challenges they're facing right now is they're having their revenue streams and they're disclosing their revenue streams according to their business areas, because that's what they do in their financial reporting. Now, applying the SFDR, they have a new task, that is, they have to disclose their revenue according to business areas that are taxonomy compliant, and then other business areas that are not, right? So it's like a new key, if you want, to present your revenue streams. And that's one of the most biggest challenges if you apply the SFDR. I'm not sure if we're going to spend so much more time on this. Maybe what's also interesting, if you're looking at this for the first time, so when they introduced the SFDR, they had like level 1, level 2 approach. Talking about level 1, you're really talking about the single entity that is disclosing information. They are asking you about the FMP policies, identify and prioritize the adverse impact. Adverse impact is a very important element. And then level 2, you're looking at the financial product, right? You're looking at your bond, at the specific bond, and then you need to define these elements on the product level. So that's again, that's more tricky. All right, now if you zoom out, Fabian, and then we'll see if there's anything left. Ah, yeah. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go down here. Digitization, I already mentioned. So according to the European Commission, sustainability reports must be provided in the ESEF format. I already said that. So what we're gonna do, we as the ESEF community, we're gonna recycle our know-how and the lessons learned that Tobias told us about in his presentation to take the sustainability reports and to apply the taxonomy to those reports. The idea is to have a basis to compare all the sustainability reports using the same taxonomy, and then to draw this information and to compare it, right, on an electronic basis, right? Talking about artificial intelligence. We know this concept already from ESEF, financial reporting. The idea of the European Commission is to roll this out into the non-financial area. Make it machine readable, obviously. As of today, I don't know any sustainable report that is machine readable. I believe CESP is the closest to that idea. I'm totally looking forward to see what the European sustainability standards have in stake on that corner. Now, integrated corporate reporting. I was very surprised to hear that Ericsson Tesla from Croatia, the presentation we had before, is actually publishing integrated reports since 1999. I'm definitely going to have a look at that, what the form is and what the reporting standards are. That's like the higher idea of the European Commission, to have an integrated report considering the financial reports we're all familiar with for the last 50 years and the non-financial ESG reports. As of now, I hardly know any entity that is producing that kind of report, right? Now, this is also another concept that's floating around in the accounting area. Controlling as a self-service for senior manager. We spoke about FSDB today, and I think they're really pushing this concept. So the idea is you're having all the data on an electronic basis available, right? And then as a senior manager, you need certain information and you just draw it from your computer, right? And to be able to do that, you need them in an electronic format. If you want to compare that to your competition, you need this in an electronic format. And the idea is to apply this concept to non-financial reports. All right. Now, if we go back to the very center, Fabian, thanks. And then now we're going to go down to the best practice approach. Obviously, right now, we're not applying ESEF yet to ESG reports, but we are already producing a lot of sustainability reports. And there is a best practice in ESG reporting. And I think if you know you're going to have to apply the CSRD, it's very good advice to take a look at the current practice as the best practice that we have today, because I can assure you a lot of that is still going to be there in 2-3 years' time applying the CSRD. So we're having the universal EU standards by year-end 2022, probably applicable 2023. The first drafts have been published already, so the best practices in place. Now look at this, the GRI have been available since 2000. I already told you that this is used by most of the larger corporations. In Germany, we have the DNK, Deutscher Nachhaltigkeitskodex, very nice tool to get involved with the sustainability reporting. You can produce a DNK compliant report within, say, a time frame of 6 to 8 weeks if you have a motivated team behind it. You can do that. And not the worst decision if you want to get involved with sustainability report. And then obviously we're having plenty of industry or other specific or specialized reporting standards that you will apply if you have to. Fabian, if you go further down, I just gave you some examples. We have the GRI, we have the DNK, there's SASB, there's an ISO standard, there's the FSC concerning paper, and so on. There's a greenhouse gas protocol that's only related to CO2 emissions. So we have a plethora of additional reporting standards that you will apply if you have to, right? In addition to GRI or DNK or whatever main standard you're using. So that's kind of what we are working with now, right? And coming from that, Fabian, if you go further down, I can tell you from my professional experience that we already know which reporting components will inevitably become compulsory from 2023. You will for sure report on the gender pay gap, right? That's for sure. You will need a due diligence procedure if you're buying another entity, you will have due diligence procedures in place. Materiality we already talked about. Stakeholder analysis. Annual report, of course. What's your management approach? Management approach is one of the key aspects in a GRI report. So for every material aspect in terms of sustainability that you identified during your materiality analysis, you will write a management approach. For instance, you say, I think we have an issue with energy consumption. Here's my management approach. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, and in 5 years' time, I'm going to have less CO2 emissions, right? Not easy to write, to be honest, because you have to get your head around it. The EU taxonomy is up there, obviously. XBRL is on the other side. Anti-corruption, employee turnover is in every sustainability report, no matter what standard you use. Employee turnover is always there. So right now, we already can tell what's in stake for us from 2023. We don't know the details yet, and the European standards are still in a draft, right? So by year-end 2022, they're gonna apply, and this is for sure gonna be in it. If you go further down, Fabian, I think we have plenty of time. So my advice is don't wait until the reporting standards are finalized, but get started, get involved already, right? Start preparing your internal processes. I really enjoyed the presentation from Ericsson Tesla this morning, where he described how he's now adjusting his financial reporting processes to get the ESEF tagging involved. I really enjoyed that information. That's going to be history repeating for sustainability reports. First question, who's responsible? Is it accounting? Is it controlling? Do you have a head of sustainability? And if you have one, where is he in the hierarchy? Is he reporting to the CEO? Is he reporting to the CFO? Or is he not reporting at all? Or, so there's no easy answer to that. Clear your organization and get your head around who is responsible for this. Resources. I'm sorry to say that, but you're probably going to hire someone who takes care of all these reporting duties, right? Budgeting, obviously. Timing. Oh, there it is. Timing. Do you need external support? Talking about CO2 emissions. I don't know any reporting entity, sustainable reporting entity, that does the CO2 accounting itself. That's usually external people coming in. Build up your know-how in terms of ESEF tagging, because you're gonna be tagging your sustainability report. So don't let this know-how get away from you, and don't get dependent on a third-party provider, because you're gonna be in their hands, right? And I mean, that's not what you wanna do, talking about independence. So that's something you can do tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, first thing, right? Fabian, if you follow the green line, and yeah, here it is. So the advantages of regular sustainability reporting is also obvious. The image improvement you have on that is massive, believe me. A friend of mine in the south of Germany, he's running a middle-sized company, and he's producing for the first time a report on his CO2 emissions and a very short sustainability report online. Nice pictures, very nice storytelling, and he's getting people that come from Frankfurt or Zurich, and they're willing to come to the Schwäbische Alb, which is a very provincial area in the south of Germany, and he is asking them in the job interview, why did you apply with us? Why don't you go to Porsche or Daimler or another company? And young people, right? These are young people, and they say, well, I read your sustainability report, and I really want to help you with those CO2 emissions. No kidding. So it works. It works for your company, right? HR satisfaction, believe it or not, but your employees will read the sustainability report, right? Especially the part about the gender pay gap. Industry leadership, right? Who's the leader in an industry? Is it the one who has the biggest revenue, or is it the one with the best technology in terms of sustainability? I don't know, you tell me, but I think it's worth thinking about it, right? Prepare for change. Bob Dylan, there's nothing so stable as change. I think he was right. So don't sit there and wait like a lame duck, but move and get involved with the thing that's ahead. And then obviously, I made a gap between this, right? Because, I mean, the least you should do is fulfill the regulatory requirements. That's like the least thing you have to do, right? And I think if I'm not mistaken, we went like 360 degrees, Fabian. If you zoom out of there, I think we pretty much captured the whole pictures. On the right-hand side was the why, and then was the what. And here's how we can do it. And this is like the best practice approach I can give you right now. So yeah, that would be my presentation. Thank you.
No, Fabian, please stay there. And Christoph, please bear with me, because I want to jump into your presentation as well.
Sure.
You and I, many of you as an issuer, as a service provider, regarding the topic of ESEF, we've had many conversations about the topic of ESEF. Many, plenty. Yes. Nobody wanted to. Nobody wanted. Everybody has been annoyed from the topic ESEF. It's something you didn't hire someone to fulfill ESEF requirements. You let it be the IR department, you let it be handled by the accounting department. Fabian, please go back to Christoph's presentation, please. For a second, just for a second. And we've also having conversations right now regarding the topic of ESG.
Yes.
The conversation is different. People pick up the phone, they want to talk to you about ESG. Yeah. The reason, from my perspective, and judge for yourself, the reason is money. It's always the money. The shareholders, the investment participants, it's the money trail. People like to talk about ESG because they know that there will be no investments or more investments in the future if you are sustainable.
Yeah. I mean, there is a link. There's a link to when you talk about money as a reporting entity. People are getting more and more concerned with ratings, right? And what we see right now, and ESMA is very concerned about that right now. There are rating agencies, no names here, they collecting data automatically without notifying no one, right? And then they producing some sort of report and they're selling this report and they including the data they collected automatically, right? And the reporting entities, sometimes they're very unhappy with this because they would like to have the opportunity to comment on the data that has been collected silently, right? Now they're getting a poor rating, they're getting downgraded, and that's a problem for that in terms of their creditworthiness.
Money, the money trail.
There you have it, there you have it.
And what I wanted to go to with it is there's been a lot of details. You really did a 360 on the topic of ESG, and I really liked the presentation. Please, Fabian, scale out. I want to see the whole presentation. So many information. The main thing is, no matter how you do it, if you just fulfill the requirements, if you are really into the philosophy of being sustainable, to not be living on Mars in a couple of years because we destroy our place of Earth, there's no shortcuts. You said it. It was one sentence. You said it. It was no shortcuts. You have to prepare. And you can either fulfill the requirements or you really change your philosophy. Come by train. Don't fly as much. Make a Teams meeting. Make a Skype meeting. Do it digital. It's basically the most important thing for me right now in the conversations I am having right now is that there are no shortcuts. You have to read into it. You have to hire one. You have to hire people in your company.
And I mean, maybe to put it in a little less dramatic words, there's a little bit time left to prepare for these regulatory requirements, right? And so I'm not saying please jump out the window because the past has been a nightmare. That wouldn't be fair. That wouldn't be fair. I mean, if I look at Germany, we've been highly successful with the way we've been driving our business, highly successful. And I'm glad to be in Europe and Germany. That's really nice. But there's an end to this story, right? And now we have to adjust the way we drive our business. We have to adjust the way we drive our business. And sustainability comes into play about that, right? So what I'm suggesting is get involved with the sustainability community, inform yourself, right? Have a workshop on the CSRD if you already know that it's going to apply. Bring your senior leaders together and ask them, what's material for us? It's such a simple question. If you can't even answer that, you're starting from zero. That's not a bad thing, but you better start moving now. Better sooner than later. And that's really my message. I don't want to dramatize. I don't want to dramatize. I'm just saying, here's the message, and please open the eyes.
Yeah. So, as you showed us in a very, very cool way the framework of ESG, we will jump into a PDF presentation because, yes, we have the framework, we know what's coming, but we also want to tell you today that we have the solution in case of how to use a software, how to report sustainable. As I said in the beginning, the notes tagging of ESEF will be the same as the tagging of your sustainability reports. And we've built a service. We are currently ongoing to create a service. It will be a software, as we have the ESEF manager, it will also be a software. And but we have more than that. We have different services around it. And what services do we as Bundesanzeiger and Fabian and I as in-person offer is obviously a software solution. So we have a bolt-on solution, we have standalone and in-house solutions to tag yourself, just like Marco just presented us with using the ESEF manager, so you can do it yourself. You can use a consultant to be helped to read the taxonomy right, to do everything you have to do and forget nothing. Obviously, we will help convert to the official format of the disclosure. It probably will be XHTML and IXBRL elements into it, so it's the same technology as it is ESEF. And we also want to offer a full service solution. So what you gain if you want to be prepared with us and work in workshops with us to build up the knowledge, as I was telling in our ESEF part, we gain knowledge from users, from customers, and we offer also a full service solution. So if you don't prepare in time, or if you don't want to build up the knowledge, which is totally fine, we can't decide for anybody in how to do things, but we also give you the possibility to tag everything, to digitalize, to transfer into XHTML, and then to be able to disclose and fulfill the requirements you are obliged to fulfill. So, next slide. Software process, what does it look like? You collect your data, CO2, for example, emissions, and all the data that is needed. And we will be able to tag it for you, to convert it for you. We will also be in contact with your auditor because there's a possibility that the auditor has to validate these reports, meaning especially in taxonomy, from a taxonomy point of view. Obviously, the Bundesanzeiger is the German entity of disclosure management. There are different variations in Europe, but you also will be able to, what you need if you want to work with us, cooperate with us regarding ESG is collect the data, try to collect them today or tomorrow at 8 a.m., and then we'll be able to convert for you and fulfill the requirements. Again, you saw this slide today once. You will see it once more from the next topic. But if you have questions regarding implementation of a software, regarding basic knowledge about ESG, please feel free to contact us. And we are very glad to be able to be in the position because ESG is really a very, very important topic for everybody. I don't know. Jump immediately. Okay, so we will jump immediately to the next topic. Christoph Kocher, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. It was a great presentation. Thanks for joining us today. We are very happy to have you as a partner. Okay, so we will jump into the next topic today. It's the last agenda point. As we had Marko Stefancic from Ericsson Nikola Tesla in the topic of ESEF, and we had Christoph Kocher in the topic of ESG. We also have a guest for the topic of SRD2, which is basically standing for Shareholder Identification and Information. And I'm very, very glad we brought Rainer Hecker. He's Investor Relations Manager from ThyssenKrupp. I'm pretty sure everybody knows ThyssenKrupp. It's a very, very big German company producing steel, mainly. So they also are in conversations about ESG. And our agenda for today's last topic is, I want to give you a short introduction to SRD2. If you read ARUG 2, it's just basically the national translation from SRD2. So it's congruent to each other. Then we want to, please go back to the agenda. We want to give you some experience reports on how did we handle SRD2, because our platform, the Deutsche Plattform for Aktionärsidentifikation und Information, which is basically shareholder information identification, we started in Germany. I'm pretty sure you remember everything in the first steps. And then we saw, okay, it's an European regulatory, and we became more and more European with the platform. Basically today, our customers are 50-50 German and not German, European issuers. So we will give you a short experience report and the development of SRD2. Then Rainer Hecker will give you a status quo and shares his thoughts and experience with SRD2. And at the end, the use case for the annual meeting. So how can you use SRD2 in regards of the annual meeting, which is like the job maker in terms of SRD2. So let's go ahead. Yep. So, SRD2 emerged 1.5 years ago in the late 2020. It was kind of a rough start. Technically, Swift is the communication. Swift was chosen because it's the communication way of banks, of intermediaries, which are the most important part of the whole story in SRD2. And the Swift implementation was a rough start, but now it's in effect, and it's in a great effect. So it became good. So you can give me that. So, what are the objectives of SRD2? First of all, it's about identifying your shareholders. As an issuer, you have the ability, you always had the ability to work together with NASDAQ, with Bloomberg, Orient Capital. There are many analysis companies who help you get a clearer view over your shareholders, but you never had the possibility to disclose your retail market, your private shareholders, your private entities who invest in your company. And this is what SRD2 does basically. Like there's a lot of words, there's a lot of key points, but basically it's about identifying every shareholder who is invested in your company. Also, and there's another one, there's another obligement with SRD2. Issuers in Europe are obliged to communicate their time of general meeting if they pay a dividend or some else. There's also an obligement, but the most important thing is really identifying your shareholders. So, what is contained in such a response? So if you use the platform, the DPAIE, and if you want to get information about your shareholders, what do you get? So you get, in our case, it's an Excel sheet or an XML file, also a PDF output is possible, and you get all the data of your shareholders, like address, name, date of birth, and obviously quantity of shares this single entity holds, and obviously email address. We were talking about ESG just a couple of minutes before. I mean, there's so much paper printed every year, and be honest with yourself. If you get an information from an issuer you are invested in, do you really read that 30-pager, 20-pager? It's for the trash. Like, let's be honest. You look at it, you see, okay, I'm invested in this company, it's fine, but you don't actually read it, and it's a lot of printed paper, which isn't used. And with the email address you gain, you can communicate with your shareholders digitally and a little bit more efficient regarding sustainability. What are the rights and duties granted to ARUC or SRD2? It can involve the shareholders in your business policy processes. And it's basically the requirement for this is the positive knowledge and identity of your shareholders and their concernments. I'm always pushing the wrong button. So we have Rainer Hecker here. Is he already in? Oh, there he is. Okay, so Rainer Hecker, the stage is yours. Very glad to have you here. You are a cooperation partner from day one of SRD2, so we are very, very glad. And Rainer Hecker will give you his thoughts and shares his point of view on SRD2. And Mr. Hecker, the stage is yours.
Yeah, great. Dzień dobry and good afternoon to Warsaw. I would like to be in Warsaw in person, but due to timing restrictions, constraints on my side, it's not possible today. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Tobias. And first of all, I would like to thank, of course, Bundesanzeiger and Warsaw Stock Exchange to have me here at this event. Yeah, that's exactly the chart. And I will talk about SID2, shareholder identification. And as Tobias mentioned, I'm manager investor relations at ThyssenKrupp. I spent, well, actually my whole work life in finance. So I started in corporate finance, dealt with stock exchanges at that time in London, in Paris, and Zurich, and of course also in Germany. And I do the investor relations job since 1999. And SID2 is a topic which I came across very early, and also thanks to Bundesanzeiger, was, let's say, on top of the development. And why came I in contact with SID2? That's, first of all, in general, the job. And specifically, I did all the shareholder IDs at ThyssenKrupp. And so since 1999. And I'm also since end of 2015 responsible for the annual general meeting, and that's the name of the game. It has to do with shareholders, and one gets to know a lot of shareholders over time. And when we look at the next chart, I can give you also some information and to put in contact with ThyssenKrupp shares and with a long history of the company. And Tobias mentioned it's steel, but it's in fact more than steel. It's material distribution, it's submarines, it's automotive supply, and it's hydrogen business. So a quite wide variety of activities which are in the company. And as I mentioned, a long history. Krupp, one part of the company was founded back more than 200 years, Thyssen in 1891. And one of the predecessor companies, so ThyssenKrupp is, well, the product of mergers of several companies. August Thyssenhütte, so the first stock-listed company, was already listed in 1953, very early. One of the first ones after World War II in Germany. And typically in Germany at that time, you needed 5 shareholders at the beginning. And already 1 year later, the company had 32,000 shareholders. So to get to know 5 shareholders is easy, but it's much more complicated to find out who are the 32,000 shareholders. That's one difficulty in there. And the development went further. So in the 90s, there were already 240,000 shareholders. 40,000 out of that were employees. And in 1999, the two companies merged. And first Thyssen and later ThyssenKrupp was part of the German blue chip index DAX. And since 2019, ThyssenKrupp is in the MDAX, which is also fine, and gives us also support for our work, because the target is, of course, to come back to DAX, which is not easy, but achievable. So that's what we work on. And today, well, to give you some fun facts, sales is 34 billion euro, more than 100,000 employees, locations in 56 countries, 134 nationalities work for ThyssenKrupp, more than double than the countries we are present. And just as we talk here in Warsaw, 1,500 employees out of that work in Poland for ThyssenKrupp, mainly in the distribution of materials. And of course, if I were present now, I would ask who is the shareholder of ThyssenKrupp, and maybe I would see a number of hands raised, fingers lift, me. But that's of course not a shareholder ID. That's part of it. That's anyway interesting, but that's not a full shareholder ID. And you know what I mean when you look at the numbers. So the capital stock is 1.6 roughly billion euros, and shares are 622 million. Means it could be 622 million shareholders if everybody has only one. It's less, but it's not an easy job to identify these all. And important to understand also why it's maybe for a company as ThyssenKrupp is a bit more difficult to find out who are the shareholders. You know, there are bearer shares in the market, so shareholders by definition are anonymous, and then you've got registered shares, and also in this case, shareholders have the option and possibility to hide, and you don't know them exactly. So we, as ThyssenKrupp, have bearer shares out there. So therefore, SRD2 and the shareholder identification is even more interesting to us. And as a bearer share company, to give you a feeling how complicated it is to get information, we can look at the next page, and you will see what I mean. What is the available information on the shareholder base when you only look at the current regulation? And you know, it's thresholds from where investors have to announce there are shareholders in that amount, means more than 3%, more than 5%, 10%, and so on. And considering only these thresholds, we got information from only 4 shareholders. Means, as I mentioned at the beginning, we have around 200,000 shareholders now. 4 out of 200,000 shareholders is not very much, right? And they make up for some 35%. And then, of course, as an IR, you have to make up your mind, and especially before SRD2 came into place. And what you see below is kind of the jigsaw we put together, so parts and pieces. So we know the foundation, we know a shareholder like Sivian, and then we do a classical shareholder ID, and you find out 300, 400 shareholders around the globe. And then you make an educated guess on private investors, because that is nothing you will find out with a shareholder ID. And so there's a lot of guessing in that process. It's, by the way, also a lengthy process. So doing a shareholder ID means you ask for information, you take a provider, they go to work, and after 6 to 8 weeks, they come back. And then there's still a lot of guessing. So for the IR work, you get some valuable information, but it's still a lot of guessing. And when we look at the next page, you see what I mean with white spots. And in this case, these white spots are gray. So what do I get? I get information on active investors. That's the upper part of the chart. This is mutual funds. Then we come back. We heard in the presentation beforehand about ESG. What becomes more important, and more investors look at sustainability, look at ethical investments, environment. This is also something you can find out with a shareholder ID in a classical way. Typically pension funds, index funds, so the lower part of the chart, passive investments you find out. But the gray boxes you will not find out. So typically a hedge fund didn't inform any provider about the holdings. Activists, shareholders by nature don't do. and sovereign wealth funds, private shareholders, as I mentioned, difficult to get the information. So the universe and ways to get to the information about the shareholder base in the past was quite limited, and it was quite difficult to get any picture. And once you have it, it was outdated because it's a quite lengthy process. So when we look at the next page, I would like to give you also a bit of a feeling why you need this information. And first thing is, of course, some basic considerations. So you might argue, well, I don't found stock corporation every day, so company is up and running, so I'm not in need of that. But of course, you come maybe to a point also as a company like ThyssenKrupp. We had strategies in the past and strategy realignments and said, well, we will change the portfolio of the company. And in 1999, we planned an IPO for steel. In 2019, we planned an IPO for elevator. And doing that, you make up your mind about marketing. Whom do I address? And how will I do such a transaction? Will I give shares of the company to the existing shareholders? All these kind of things. And how do I do the marketing? How do I approach the shareholder? And how can I get them so that they follow my plans? And in steel, we did market research, and classical market research you do also for consumer products. So we sent out teams into the street and asked people whether they are shareholders, and then we did questionnaires, what would be interesting for them. Elevator, for instance, in 2019, we made up also our minds, because there's also, or has been, a B2C business in there with stair lifts, and one could also address private shareholders, but data on that was not available. So it was quite difficult at the end, and those plans didn't fulfill, and we didn't IPO the business. But we dealt, of course, with all these questions. And also related to that, then you come to the point and ask yourself, what kind of share would I like to have? Do I have a B2B business? It's not that necessary to talk to shareholders. Maybe bearer shares are fine. But at any point, you come to the answer that most of your shareholders might be also your customers in telecoms or in automotive, or depends which business you run, or in elevator. It could be interesting to have registered shares to get in dialogue with your shareholders. So in advance of SID2. So, and what are the key questions behind? How do I get in contact with my investors? Means typically the use case for IR is planning roadshows, planning conferences, and then of course you have to know where to go. So, and in some respects, also a shareholder ID can be misleading. So there can be highlights to go to this country, and then you notice, oh, it's only passive investors, and they don't meet IR. And then, of course, that's another related question: where are shareholders based? So, do I have to go to Asia? Do I have to go to the Americas? That's decisive questions you can do with a shareholder ID. And what is also the purpose of the investment? What kind of shareholders I have to deal with? I mentioned already activists, and I mentioned already ethical investors and an ESG focus. And that's something one has at least to be prepared with. And also with regard to the AGM, we come later on to that again. But that's decisive. How many shareholders in my shareholder base are with that focus? What do I have to expect at the AGM? What kind of questions will they ask? Do they have any concern with regard to the portfolio? So in our case, for instance, we are in military vessels. So the submarines we produce are not yellow, so they are gray. And some investors have concerns. That's fair. But that's also something we address transparently in our IR work. But you have to know who is your shareholder, who is conscious about that, so that you can address these topics in the right way. And so, therefore, to answer all these questions, I think SID2 shareholder identification provides a very solid basis for these kind of decisions. And maybe when we look at the next page, exactly what's the advantage, and I described a lot from the past and what was not available. So with SID2 and the shareholder identification, it's really for the first time that you can go into the market and ask your shareholders, please tell me, are you a shareholder and to which amount? What are your holdings? And as Tobias described earlier, you get name, tell me your address. So as many details as possible, and ideally also the email address. And then a service provider as DPA II is decisive in that respect, because what corporates get is a claim to identify shareholders on request, and this request is placed with the intermediates in Europe. So, as I mentioned, I worked in finance, and I would have claimed I know a lot of banks. But when you do for the first time the process, you will see there are a lot more banks outside. And to be honest, at the time when I worked in finance, the EU was much more smaller. And now it's 27 countries, and there are a lot of banks outside. And I bet nobody knows all of them, but DPA II knows now, and well, that's the basis. And what's important is, and what is also, and I take this now, I mention in Europe, but this works not only in Europe, because when you've got a regulation, as we now have in Europe, also the other areas like Asia and US look at that, and that's a very interesting point. And a very, in my view, very strong advantage of the shareholder identification under the new directive is also you have a clear record date. So in the past, providers go and get and collect the information, and part of the information is on that day, part of the information on maybe another day. You never know. And so now you have a uniform record date, and the process is really quite speedy, because it's in the directive defined how fast intermediates have to react. And you are also, as a corporate, able to say, well, I would like to have it that day, and in defining the days of starting the process and delivering, it's very much that you are free, and it's really easy to do this. So we as ThyssenKrupp did it as I think the very first one in Europe in September 20. So at the first day, I think it was 10 o'clock at that day, we were the first ones to push the button and say we would like to know our shareholders. And on the next page, I can give you a view on how easy to achieve this is. And my example is, of course, DPAII. And when you maybe you know that platform already, when you would like to place a new order, one has to admit, first you have to create an account. You get help on that, but that's also not a rocket science. But when you've got your account, it's exactly the three circles, the three yellow circles. I hope you see this. I made there. And I put in the date of today. That's a record date, and that's a date where I would like to place, as an example, my order, and then give the intermediates 10 days time. And on 2nd of May, you get the responses, and you can be sure that you get responses. And then, of course, a third item you have to choose is whether you would like to have a hurdle rate, whether you would like to have all shareholders identified. So as I did now, I said the hurdle rate is 1. So from the first share onwards, I would like to know who are the shareholders. And then a new item, I understand, is a type of order. So whether you go for all intermediates or a choice. I will not touch that much on this because first it's new. We as a company didn't use it, so I leave it to Bundesanzeiger to explain that. So what we did is full shareholder IDs, and looking at these 3 items I have to enter, and I would say it takes 2.5 minutes to do that. Comparing with a normal shareholder ID, everybody who has done this knows you have to discuss some things with your provider to get what you want. Here it's these 3 items, and then you get the results. And the results are, I called it more colorful, because what we see on the next page is the picture you might remember I showed at the beginning. And you saw a number of white spots, or what I said, gray spots. And now it's much more colorful, because that's what you get. So I'm not saying that you get the full picture, but you get far more than with the, let's say, common process. And I think not staying too much on this chart, only saying you will get much more. I think we can move to the last chart in that on that topic, and what is the experience so far. And I can say in a nutshell, to make it short, what you get from shareholder identification with SID2, it's faster, it's better, and it's more. And all in all, it's quite new. And I will not, I will admit, it's working currently, it's working, I would say, well, and much better than the first one we did. So the first one we did 3rd of September 2020, it was a bit a bumpy road, but now I would say it's a smooth highway. And what works is, let's say, the platforms and that's DPAII, and there are also others outside. And so the technical environment is there. And we have the cooperation of the intermediates. That's decisive. And that was a concern of the parties involved at the beginning. Will the intermediates deliver all the data? Because data protection is a topic. It's the customers of the banks, and this is typically sensitive. And there are good reasons for people to hide, and we see this currently. But there is no reason why shouldn't a company not have the right to ask who are my shareholders. We simply have to know. And then, of course, it's very cost effective. So the experience we made And there was also a concern who will bill any service. It's still an ongoing discussion, I have to admit, but so far on our end, we didn't experience any surprises. So, and therefore it's a very cost-efficient way to identify shareholders. And when I mentioned faster, I can give you a proof point on that. I mentioned 6 to 8 weeks for a normal shareholder ID, and with a SID2 shareholder ID, you get the first results after, I think last time it was 6 days. And after 6 days, we stood at 80%, and we ended up at more than 90%. I think it was 94, 95%. So it means at the same time, we are at the second point, we are at the better. So you get better information, more quality information. And other than at the beginning, the data are already consolidated, and there's no double counting anymore in there. So the tools are in place to eliminate that. And then when we talk about more, our experience was simply looking at the countries identified. So we thought ThyssenKrupp shares are maybe in Europe and some other countries, so the North America, maybe some others. And there was a bit of a surprise that we identified shareholders in more than 90 countries. That was above our expectations. And we were also curious about how many shareholders we would identify in fact at the end. And that was also a bit of a surprise. So we had our guess, and it were 180,000 shareholders in the first go. And this was, as one has also to admit, 180,000 shareholders means 180,000 Excel lines. So this takes you a bit of a time to read through these lines and to digest the data and to analyze this data. So it means it's you can take also an analysis on there. I understand this is also a service, but you have to deal with a huge amount of data. But it's at the end a very transparent picture we get. And when I asked at the beginning who is our shareholder, and maybe in the room or online, from the ID, we got in the first go the information that we have 23 shareholders in Poland. And in the last ID, it were even more than 80 shareholders in Poland. So thanks to our story, and we are happy to have all these shareholders. And you see, it's also worth to have a second look and to see how, as an IR, work develops. So we do roadshows in Poland for years. Sometimes it takes some time, but well, the outcome is for us also supportive, and we are happy to have shareholders in all the countries I mentioned. And I think with SID2, I think that it's a strong regulation, which is very positive for companies to get information, to get transparency, but it's also advantageous for shareholders to execute their rights when it comes to AGM. And we will touch on this, I understand, a little bit later. And but that is what I wanted to present you on shareholder identification today. So I would like to end up here, and thank you very much for your interest and your attention today. And then I think, Tobias, you will take over again. Thank you very much.
Yes, right. Thank you, Mr. Hecker, as well. Yeah, we're going to move on to the next slide. Please, Mr. Hecker, stay online, because we're going to come back to you later, to your last slide. So, Tobias, it's now your turn again. Please continue with the presentation. We are coming to the next agenda point.
So, before I get into the third agenda point, Rainer, actually, you were the first person worldwide ever using SRD2 and making a share ID. So actually, yeah, you were the first person. And we will see the status quo of share IDs after with SRD2. So jump ahead. So what we provide as a platform is that we identify over 90% of your shareholders, and we guarantee it. So if you don't receive more than 90% of your shareholders, either it be in persons, private persons with a quantity of 1 or big investment companies with a quantity of X, we identify 90%, and if not, it doesn't cost anything. So we want to give this guarantee because we want to push the market. We want to push intermediaries, we want to push ourselves, we want to push our department, our DPAEE department, to be better, to make SRD2 something, because we talked about ESEF, we talked about ESG, and this is something where something is taken from the company. Like you have to do something, you are obliged, and disregarding ESG and the philosophy behind it, you don't get anything back. With SRD2, actually, issuers across Europe get something back. They are also obliged to communicate in regards of general meetings or something. We will get into that topic in a couple of seconds, but you also have the possibility, you gain something, you can identify all your shareholders, and there are different variations on why, different purposes. We had the topic of purpose today, so there are different purposes, but first of all, it's the possibility to have it plain and simple. And as Rainer just told us, it's quick, it's easy, and you don't have to do anything. You don't have to communicate with us more than, okay, I want to use this one, and then you can go off. Like it's done in a couple of minutes, as you said, Rainer. And yeah, we have more than 80% after 7 days. Actually, we are quicker today. So we get our first feedback from Clearstream. If you are a German issuer, if you, for example, are from France or the Benelux, you have Euroclear as the single entity. We contact first via SWIFT if you start a share ID. We get the response from the central provider in like 20 minutes to 25 minutes. These current days, and it gets quicker and quicker and quicker. Every share ID we do, everything is better. The SWIFT network works better. Our intelligence, we gain intelligence and we get better. And at the end, it's more transparency and facilitated shareholder participation. Yeah, and it's possible for all regulated issuers across Europe, so all 5,000 to 6,000. If you are undecided, if you are able to do a share ID, ask yourself if you are obliged with ESEF. If you are obliged with ESEF, if you have to fulfill ESEF requirements, you are obliged, or you have the possibility to use SRD2 to identify your shareholders. And yeah, as I said before, I was going up front, after a one-time onboarding process, which you can do via me or via Fabian or via our colleagues at the Bundesanzeiger Verlag, which takes you a couple of minutes. You then are able to do it whenever you need it. And I will give you some insights on what Fabian researched with our customers on the next page. But first of all, a small overview on how was SRD2 used. You see January, like we have 2021 in green, in lime green, and we have this current year run in red. And you see it started in January, February, and March last year. It started very, very slow. Then we dipped. April is in Germany, first of all, it's ESEF. ESEF is the main point, the main focus point, and also the general meetings. So that's why we dipped in April last year. But then you see a steady development, a positive development. And as you see right now in like January, February, March, we are already, like we breaking through barriers every day, every month. It's used more and more and more. And that means also that it gets better, better and better, which I think is very, very important to understand. So if you use it, you help yourself at the end of the day. So jump to the next slide. Because Fabian did a lot of research. So if you are in a cooperation with me or with us regarding ESEF or possibly in the future ESG or SRD2, you probably received an email from Fabian because he's always keen to ask you what can we do better. It's his main part of his job. Is always he is asking me like, who can I ask Toby? Who can I ask for improvement? Who can I ask for a specific workshop? Who is a customer you think is knowledgeable? And as we have Rainer today here, Rainer is one of our main knowledge points. We gained a lot of knowledge through ThyssenKrupp. And Fabian researched with our issuers, with our customers, like how can we prepare the annual meeting with SRD2? Because the reality is a lot of issuers across Europe use the traditional 6 to 8 weeks way, and I always refer to NASDAQ because this is the biggest shareholder and analyst worldwide, or it has been. We wanted to provide like an idea of how you can use SRD2 in terms of preparing your annual general meeting. And Fabian did a lot of, as I said, a lot of research, and he asked, like, I don't know if it's 80, 85 issuers, gave us feedback on what can they do. And what we offer is you can either use just a simple share ID for 1,500 euros, like, think again, how much money did you pay for NASDAQ share IDs? How long took it? How much work was it? And then, cost effectiveness was mentioned by Rainer. You can either use it with subscription or without subscription. A subscription with us is always 12 months. It's always 3 months to deadline subscription. But what we created was the HV Plus package. HV Plus in Germany, the general meeting is Hauptversammlung, so H and V are the keys here, the keywords, like call it GM Plus package in English if you want to. And what you gain is, and Rainer said that you have the possibility to use a full ID, but also there's a possibility to have an individual request. And in this HV Plus package, we put in 2 full IDs. So figure yourself, you have your general meeting upcoming, it's 2 months to go, and like most of our issuers said, okay, we will do a share ID 6 to 8 weeks before our general meeting to get a clearer view about our shareholders. Then you have the possibility with the 2 individual IDs to have a smaller look. So in an individual ID, we don't ask Clearstream as the first entity. We directly go to a bank. So if you want to know, for example, how many shareholders are at the entity of, for example, Deutsche Bank, we can just shoot a laser, not to Clearstream, but to the Deutsche Bank directly, and they will disclose everything that's below their own chain of intermediaries. So they're investors that are like at the Deutsche Bank, so invested at the Deutsche Bank. And you can use this twice to monitor and screen your shareholders if you like expecting something, changes of shares, of investments. And then most of the issuers use a share ID again, so 6 to 8 weeks. Then you have 2 of these specific individual IDs. And then to the date of the general meeting, you can use another share ID. You have your current information, your current shareholder information, and you can like be most prepared and best prepared for your general meeting, in my thoughts, than ever. And you see it on the right. You can identify in advance, and obviously you get the mail addresses. You also get the private addresses of institutional and natural investors. And if you're clever, you can use it in marketing and advertising purposes. So obviously, your legal department has to have a clear view on what are you doing with the email addresses, but you can use them. These are yours. And the most important thing, in my point of view, is monitoring the shareholders, which is also possible very, very closely. And feel free to find out. We will jump back to Rainer because SRD2 is much more than shareholder identification. And Rainer?
Yeah, I take over again. Thank you very much. As you mentioned, much more than shareholder identification. And as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, I'm also responsible in ThyssenKrupp for the annual general meeting. And in fact, when the legislation and SRD2 came into fact, we made up our minds. What does this mean? And we were in the mode to prepare an annual general meeting in 2020 with shareholders being 21 first, with shareholders being present, and due to Corona, the outcome was different. But of course, not knowing at that time exactly, we made up our minds, what does this mean when we now invite shareholders to our AGM across Europe who will come? And therefore, it was very helpful to see via shareholder identification and to get a clearer picture who are the shareholders, and to see will someone from the Netherlands, which is not far away from our normal AGM location, will come to our shareholder meeting. All these kind of questions, and related to that, of course, when one makes up his mind, the outcome can be different, of course, from company to company, depending on where you are located, or from your business. Might be that you have shareholders who have a different language than the one in the home country. You make up your mind whether you have also the signs and all the guidelines for the AGM also in English. So typically we do our AGM in Bochum, in Germany, in the western part of Germany, and traditionally all is labeled in German. But then we thought, is it wise to do it also in English when we have a more international audience? Well, Corona made us shift to a virtual AGM. We did not have this problem because it is German, English anyway. But this is a question one can deal with. And so what we see as an outcome of SRD2 and what is positive for shareholders, the invitation process is much faster. So the shareholders become the invitation to the shareholder meeting earlier than in the past. So in our case, it's around 2 to 3 weeks earlier, and shareholders have time to register and make up their minds. And this is something which is positive. And what's also positive is that shareholders at the same time will not receive, as Tobias mentioned, any paperwork anymore. So this year we would have had an invitation to the AGM with, I think, 75, 78 pages with a remuneration system inside and remuneration report. And so this would mean that we have to send a booklet to shareholders. So this is gone with SRD2 because everybody gets his invitation electronically, and also in practice, the ones who have not an electronic deposit with their bank, they get a letter with only 1 page with a link inside, and that is also under an ESG headline, an aspect of sustainability to avoid having so much resources used for an AGM. And as Tobias mentioned, only a small part of the shareholder base reads through all the information materials. And then, of course, executing also on the shareholder rights, having online tools to vote is something which is a positive one, which comes out of SRD2. You can get a receipt and a consideration of the votes. You know exactly how your votes were processed. And then, of course, you have the wide field of corporate actions. And like Tobias mentioned, dividend payout, capital increases. So this is all something investors not necessarily became all from their banks. And coming back to the AGM, also the invitation to an annual general meeting was not processed abroad. So our shareholders in Germany got typically all the invitation to our AGM, but for instance, shareholders in Austria didn't get it, in Switzerland didn't get it, and in all the other countries as well. And this is indeed a positive outcome. And we saw this in 2021 when the invitation was processed under, well, this directive. We got from Austria shareholders who registered, Switzerland, Netherlands, all around Germany, but also, and that's what I mentioned, also beyond Europe, from the US, from Dubai, Hungary, Turkey, you name it. A lot of countries we actually did not expect out of the 90, not from every country, but there was quite a good interest and people followed our company, followed the AGM, and in 2021, due to Corona, it was even a bit more easier for them because they could follow on their screens. We did this already in the past. We did this not only due to Corona, but now people became more aware about online AGMs. And so I think for a shareholder currently under this directive, there is more in for him or her when they own shares in the company, because they can use their rights easier, they get the information, at all, and get the information faster. So a lot of positives for the shareholder, and that's my perspective. For corporates, it's easier and more cost effective, because as soon as shareholders get the invitation by mail, don't get printed copies, that's cost we can save. And it's not only for the purpose of saving money. As I mentioned, there's not a real value behind it, because it's online anyway, and people tend to use it online. So that was also one thing we were concerned when we, for the first time, did this, because we were concerned that people get angry that they don't get their printed copies. But there was also a surprise. People were used to having PDFs and going online and get the information. It was only a few people who complained and were not used to that, but that all of that was manageable. So and that's why I mentioned SRD2 is much more than shareholder identification. Also, the processes around the AGM make things easier, both for shareholders but also for corporates. And I think that's what I also wanted to bring across from a practical side, from a corporate view.
Yeah.
So also here, thank you for your attention.
Yeah, you did, Rainer, you did actually bring it across very well. You are a cooperation partner since day one, and we are very, very glad to have you, because you brought a lot of knowledge, and I hope and I think, I'm pretty sure you got that knowledge or provided knowledge for all our attendants today. So, it's been a long day. A lot of regulatory stuff, a lot of directives, a lot of obligements, some requirements. Yeah, show our contact again. Yeah. So there's one thing left. It's to say thank you to all the people that's having the technique running, the cameras, the microphones, the online streaming. Great. Many thanks to Stock Exchange Warsaw for invitation, for planning with Fabian, for like doing everything, the food, everything is perfect, set up perfect. Like a big thanks to you guys. Thanks to all our guests, our external guests. We started with Sabrina Over, which is also a colleague of ours, but she's an external guest in cases of what we do. And thanks to you, Sabrina, it was very glad. It was very cool that you helped us out in the federal side of ESEF. Then we had Marko Stefancic from Ericsson Nikola Tesla joined us digitally from Zagreb. He brought a great perspective on his point of view on ESEF. Our second topic was ESG. Mr. Christoph Kocher, if you want to please come again. Yeah, come. We want to say thank you. So thanks a lot to your presentation. It was very insightful. There was very much to carry on, to work with in the future days, for me as well, but I'm pretty sure for all the attendants as well. And last but not least, we had SRD2 and Rainer Hecker from ThyssenKrupp. We are very glad for the cooperation, for the help we get, because I said it a couple of times today, we don't gain knowledge just by ourselves. We need cooperation partners. We need guys like you, guys like Rainer, guys like Marco, to help us, to show us their point of view so we can get better, so Fabian can get better and make the products as well as possible. Last but not least, the man who did everything today, who managed everything, who planned everything. Fabian, big thanks to you. Everything was prepared perfectly. Every slide was on point. The technique was on point. You did everything really great. I know it's been a lot of work. I know that. I saw you. I saw how stressed you were the last days. Thanks a lot to you. Without you, this wouldn't be possible.
Thank you, Tobias.
So the last words are for the attendants digitally on site. Thanks a lot for attending. We will send you an email from the Stock Exchange Warsaw with the link if you want to rewatch something, with contact details from Mr. Kocher, from Mr. Hecker, from ThyssenKrupp, and from Marko Stefancic. Please feel free to contact us. It's been a long day. I'm very tired. Have a nice day. Have a nice afternoon, and stay healthy. And goodbye.
See you soon. Bye-bye.